Chapter 1. Marvel and Mercenaries. At 10 o'clock on a weeknight, New York City buzzed below Damien like a circuit board alive with electricity. Neon signs flickered against the inky sky, sprinkling reds and blues across glass towers and bustling avenues. Wrapped in a shadow-black cloak, Damien flew just 100 meters above the pavement, silent and swift, a living silhouette against the city lights. Ahead loomed Stark Industries, its letters blazing in white across the building's upper floors. Damien hovered there for a moment, heart pounding. He'd seen this tower before, but each sighting reminded him of the truth he could never shake. This was no ordinary world. In another life, maybe this skyline would have meant opportunity. Here, it meant danger. This was the Marvel universe, where superheroes clashed with supervillains, and the innocent were caught in the fallout. Damien folded his arms and studied the tower's illuminated facade. Tony Stark, its genius owner, was one of the most powerful figures in the city, and potentially one of the greatest threats if he decided to hunt down an unregistered mercenary. Damien forced himself to relax. He wasn't powerless. His skills in infiltration and aerial combat kept him off the radar, so far. But Stark's reach ran deep, and his armor could scan for anomalies no ordinary technology could detect. If Damien stayed here long enough, sooner or later he'd have to choose. Vanish into the shadows forever, or take the risk of confronting whatever, or whoever, lay behind those gleaming windows. He drew in a steady breath, then pushed off into the night, disappearing into the labyrinth of Manhattan's streets in search of contracts that paid in more than just money, and carried their own price. Ordinary people didn't last long in this world. They lived in constant fear that any day a capricious purple sweet potato spirit might snap its fingers and wipe them out. Damien, however, was no common man. He had awakened the Void system from the League of Legends, a mysterious power that granted him the strength to survive in even the most dangerous corners of existence. He flew for miles before descending gracefully in front of a sprawling Brooklyn manor. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he slid a key into the lock, pushed open the heavy door, and stepped inside. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than his phone buzzed insistently in his pocket. Drawing it out, he found 3 new messages waiting. 1. Death. After deducting the 5% forge fee, the remaining funds have been successfully transferred to your account. We look forward to our next collaboration. Number 2. Dear Mr. Damien Ambalaka, Zero Technology Company has transferred $14,250,000 to your account. 3. Your current balance is $163,240. A slow grin spread across Damien's face. Those strings of zeros never failed to thrill him. With his newfound power and a hefty fortune at his disposal, he felt more ready than ever to face whatever this perilous world might throw at him next. In his former life, he was Chu Wei, a loyal son of the Celestial Dynasty. Reborn now as Damien Ambalaka, he grew up an orphan in a modest children's home where the director was the only person to show him genuine kindness. Life there wasn't easy, but it nurtured his survival instincts and resolve. 2 years ago, everything changed when he activated a mysterious void system, granting him the power of Kha'Zix, the void predator from League of Legends. With that gift, Damien can dissolve into any patch of shadow, rendering himself invisible at will. His blade cuts through steel as effortlessly as paper, and his strength and agility border on superhuman. He can leap astonishing distances and withstand impacts that would shatter ordinary bones. Like all denizens of the void, he enjoys a vastly extended lifespan, but his most terrifying talent is absorption. Any energy-laden substance he contacts fuels his evolution, making him stronger, faster, deadlier. Now, in the vast tapestry of the Marvel world, Damien Ambalaka stands unafraid of his own power. Far from hiding in the darkness, he embraces it, an orphan no more, but a predator poised to reshape his destiny. Damien knew that, as an ordinary person without superpowers, he could be killed the next time heroes clashed in a stray blast of energy or collapsing wall. He needed a steady income, and fast. His near-permanent invisibility gave him a unique advantage. Under cover of darkness, he could slip into any building unobserved. He could have robbed banks or the mansions of the ultra-wealthy, but the thought of constant FBI surveillance and the risk of being thrown into a federal prison was enough to steer him elsewhere. So Damien became a mercenary for hire. He set his own rates and accepted any mission that paid, sometimes providing discreet protection, other times eliminating a target. Technically, it was illegal work, but he'd learned to cover his tracks so well that no one outside the underworld even knew who he was. 2 years into this life, Damien had gone from a penniless drifter to the owner of multiple manors and villas, each purchased outright, no mortgages. He bought the finest foods, the latest experimental gear, and anything else that might help him hone his skills and evolve his abilities. Yet he never forgot the orphanage that had sheltered him when he first discovered his power. To repay that kindness, he quietly donated $1 million, enough to secure its future and give those children the chance he'd been granted. With solid finances and a clean conscience, Damien could finally look ahead to whatever came next. Damien Ambalaka knew he could always ask for more money, but this wasn't about squeezing every last cent out of his benefactors. He didn't need to risk his life, or everything he'd built, for a few extra dollars. $1 million was more than enough to repay the kindness he'd received all those years ago. The house was quiet, lit only by the soft glow of streetlights filtering through the windows. Damien moved through the long, dim corridor like a shadow, his night vision as sharp as if it were broad daylight. He reached the living room, flipped on the light, and methodically opened the wine cabinet. Selecting a bottle of vintage red, he settled into the plush leather sofa, felt the familiar weight of the crystal glass in his hand, and poured himself a generous measure. With a slow sip, he reached for the tablet resting on the side table. A few taps later, he was logged into his usual underground marketplace, a black website offering every kind of contract imaginable. Assassinate a high-profile target, provide protection for a secret asset, sabotage an entire facility. Damien scrolled through the listings. He ruled out any assignment targeting Asians, an unspoken line he refused to cross. But beyond that, he was open to virtually anything. Governments and private magnates alike came to this shadow network when they needed deeds done that couldn't appear in any official report. Bright, honorable actions always cast dark shadows, and when those in power needed someone to handle the shadows, they turned to men like him. Mercenaries who answered ultimately to one master, money. Damien scrolled through the dark web's encrypted job listings, his eyes moving with practiced indifference, until one entry made him stop. The contract: deploy to Afghanistan within 30 days and assassinate a senior military officer. The base payout started at $10 million, with the promise of up to $50 million if certain undisclosed conditions were met. Even more unnerving, the posting included the target's detailed itinerary and movements. Damien glanced at the timestamp in the corner, 2008, and instantly recognized the man they wanted dead. Eliminating a high-ranking officer under tight security would demand flawless planning, an insider network, and no small amount of luck. Yet the sheer size of the reward suggested something far from routine. In the mercenary world, a $50 million payday could set an entire team up for life, and desperate killers would leap at the chance. Damien leaned back and shook his head. He'd taken on dangerous jobs before, but this one pushed too many boundaries. With one last glance at the screen, he tapped delete and moved on. This was one contract he could and would refuse. Damien leaned back in his leather chair and scrolled through his property insurance policies. With Tony Stark on the verge of debuting as Iron Man, he knew New York was about to become a war zone, and war zones were where he made his money. He'd been a mercenary for over 2 years now. After his first assignment, he'd steered clear of small-time gigs and gone straight for high-stakes contracts. It followed, then, that his assets extended far beyond the $80 million deposit and the stately manor he called home. As soon as he realized he'd awakened in the Marvel Universe and discovered he possessed extraordinary powers, Damien set his real scheme in motion, quietly buying up shares of Stark Industries, snapping up prime real estate, and loading each property with comprehensive insurance coverage. He understood the logic all too well. When Iron Man took to the skies, battles would rain down on the city, buildings would crumble, panic would spread, and insurance companies would scramble to settle claims. Damien intended to be the one holding their invoices. And if he timed it right, he could slip into Tony Stark's private accounts amid the chaos and walk away with a bonus that not even Stark's fortune could match. All that remained was a short retreat to the villa he owned outside the city limits, just long enough for the fallout to clear. Damien allowed himself a slow, satisfied smile. The countdown to payday had officially begun. Damien shut down the Iron Man job listing and flicked back to the grid of open bounties. His digital interface glowed with dozens of targets, everything from small-time smugglers to high-value officials. As he scrolled, an encrypted ping demanded his full attention. "Mr. Death, we have a designated mission for you." He paused. Designated assignments were rare in the mercenary world. Most contracts were first come, first served, or bid out on the open market. But when someone handpicked you, it meant they'd done their homework. As long as your reputation was solid and your completion rate spotless, the pay could be extraordinary and fully negotiable according to the contractor's own rules. His last job, assassinating a senior Afghan official, had netted him $25 million. Damien tapped into the secure channel and typed back coolly, "If you've gone to the trouble of tracking me down, you surely know my rates." Across town in a dimly lit operations center, a bald man with a single eye patch leaned forward in his chair. Nick Fury studied the return message on his screen. No questions asked, just the fee inquiry. That was confidence, bordering on arrogance, and exactly the kind of assurance Fury needed. He'd already dug into every file on the mercenary known only as Mr. Death. Now, all he had to do was seal the deal. In the cutthroat world of professional soldiers for hire, rumors swirl about a mysterious figure known only by the codename Death. No one knows his real name, his face, or even his gender. Only that he emerged 2 years ago, always clad head to toe in a flowing black cloak. Whispers call him the God of Death, and they all agree on 3 things. He takes only the highest-paying contracts, he's unimaginably powerful, and he never fails. Damien, though virtually no one uses his given name, accepts only missions that pay 10 million credits or more. Such high-stakes jobs invariably involve life-and-death stakes, kidnapping a head of state, infiltrating a fortress bristling with armed guards, or penetrating a top-secret research facility to snatch its most classified files. Other mercenaries, even when they pool their resources and manpower, often return bloodied and broken, having failed against defenses that range from state-of-the-art surveillance to battalions of crack soldiers. Yet Damien's success rate remains unblemished. No matter how elaborate the security, how vigilant the guards, or how many mercenary squads stand between him and his target, he always completes the contract. When his dark silhouette appears on the job, the outcome is never in doubt, and those who witness his work whisper that death itself might move more swiftly. Ever since the mercenary known only as the God of Death began accepting contracts, his targets have been dropping dead in the dead of night. No witnesses, no traces, no loose ends. Information about the mission quietly vanishes alongside the victim, as if some supernatural force snuffed out every clue. In just over 2 years, he's become a living legend among mercenaries, the one who delivers impossible kills without a single failure. The whispers go that the moment your bounty is claimed by the God of Death, you can uncork a bottle of wine, sit back, and wait. Your problem will solve itself. Those rumors eventually reached Nick Fury's ears. Intrigued, he tried every channel at his disposal to learn more, but all he ever uncovered was the same scant information. To hire the God of Death, you must post a minimum fee of $20 million US. That's right, US dollars, not some hyperinflated currency, with no ceiling. Your payment simply scales with the mission's difficulty. And before the contract is officially on, you must put down a non-refundable $10 million deposit. Beyond that, he remains a ghost. If Fury wants to meet him, if he wants any answers, he'll have to play by those rules. Nick Fury understood all too well that mercenaries are nothing but opportunists, and you only get the upper hand if you're stronger than they are. Facing an unknown operator whose skills and even powers might exceed anything he'd seen before, Fury had no intention of resorting to cunning alone. The bounty on the table was only $20 million. Securing that sum would mean navigating a maze of approvals, drafting falsified proposals, and lobbying hard to convince the brass. But if this investment could jumpstart the Avengers' initiative and bring the so-called Reaper into their ranks, it was a price worth paying. Fury didn't make his move immediately. He waited until tonight, when word reached him of a high-ranking Afghan official who dropped dead under mysterious circumstances, and all signs pointed to the Reaper as the executioner. That was the confirmation he needed. Fury tapped into the dark web and sent his message. It was time to negotiate with death itself. Nick Fury stared at the screen, fingers poised above the keyboard. He'd been tasked with recruiting the elusive Death for a high-stakes bounty, and before he could talk details or payment, he needed an in-person meeting. He typed, "Of course, I'm well aware of your reputation, and I hope this won't offend you. But before we finalize the mission parameters and fee, we'd like to conduct a brief interview. This assignment is rather unique." He paused, heart pounding, then hit send. No one knew Death's true identity. He operated exclusively on the dark web. Yet within moments, a reply appeared. "As long as the funds are secured, I'm flexible on time and place." Fury exhaled and drafted his next message. "Very well. Let's meet at the attached location at 3 p.m. 2 days from now. Any objections?" Seconds later, one word blinked back. "Understood." Damien, a veteran operative working under Fury's direction, pulled up the map coordinates. He frowned. Washington, D.C. of all places. It was outside his usual territory, but when the price was right, he never hesitated. He closed the encrypted chat, squared his shoulders, and began preparations for what promised to be their most dangerous engagement yet. Chapter 2. League of Legends Void System. Damien signed off from the dark net. His next rendezvous wasn't until 2 days from now, so he finally had a moment to breathe. With Tony Stark preparing to unveil his Iron Man project, it was the perfect time to disappear from every trace once more. He tapped open his trading app and in a few deft moves, arranged to sell $1 billion worth of Stark Industries shares in staggered batches over the next month. For an arms magnate of Stark's stature, $1 billion in stock isn't enough to leave a lasting mark. Buyers would gobble up the shares as long as they were on offer, but unloading the entire stake all at once could spark rumors or attract unwanted scrutiny, an inconvenience Damien preferred to avoid. In the mercenary underworld, he was known as the Death God, a reputation that preceded him into every black market contract. Yet to the rest of the world, he posed as Damien Ambalaka, a polished, young billionaire with an appetite for high-stakes finance. That public persona existed solely as a cover, the man who brokered illicit funds, handled covert operations, and waved away any awkward questions. He levied a flat 20% fee on every money trail he unraveled, a price that raised eyebrows but never went unpaid. Because when the world needs ghosts in its shadows, few do it better than Damien, and his ledger was about to get even more interesting. Damien leaned back in his chair, considering the irony. Investing in disaster relief might seem wasteful, but it had spared him countless complications and plenty of enemies. Under his current alias, he enjoyed almost total freedom of movement. Only on rare occasions, when he felt particularly restless, would he indulge himself with a casual stroll through the city. Today, though, his thoughts were on the stock market. He just sold off a major holding at peak value, and now all he needed was for Tony Stark to make his next big announcement. If Stark announced a career shift, a move sure to knock Stark Industries' share price down, Damien would swoop in and snap up the stock at bargain rates. Then, once Stark's prodigious intellect reasserted itself and the shares rebounded, Damien would reap a handsome profit. A sudden rumble in his stomach pulled him back to the moment. This was becoming a familiar sensation ever since he'd merged with the Void Predator, Void Mantis, symbiote. The power surge was intoxicating, but it came with an insatiable hunger. Damien stood, abandoning his spreadsheets and market projections without a second thought. He made his way to the Manor's underground garage, where a parade of high-end automobiles waited like gleaming trophies. He quickly changed into comfortable driving clothes and strolled along the row, eyes scanning for the right match. Within moments, he found it, an Audi R8, its curves muscular and refined. As if by telekinesis, the key materialized in his palm. Moments later, Damien eased the R8 out of its bay and onto the dark asphalt of the drive. The engine's growl felt good beneath him, powerful, controlled, familiar. He hadn't come to resent the void's price. Every gift demanded its toll. Hunger, after all, was a small price to pay for the dizzying strength that now coursed through his veins. With a final glance at the manor's looming silhouette, Damien merged onto the open road, ready for whatever came next. Damien sighed as he parked his Audi R8 and glanced at the small screen hovering in his vision. All the system had done was turn him into a gourmet, and he wasn't convinced the benefit was worth the cost. He keyed the navigation to Carrington, his go-to late-night restaurant. Outside of the largest metropolises, most American eateries shutter by 10 o'clock, which is why Damien maintained properties in several cities, even though he'd chosen New York as his temporary home. Hell's Kitchen might be notorious for its rough edges, but to Damien, its constant bustle and variety were alive with opportunity. What he really valued was the League of Legends Void system in his possession, an interface that let him assume the mantle of one of 8 champions from the Void. His options read like a who's who of terrifying power: Kassadin, the Void Walker; Kaisa, Daughter of the Void; Rek'Sai, the Void Burrower; Kog'Maw, the Mouth of the Abyss; Malzahar, Prophet of the Void; Vel'Koz, the Eye of the Void; Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver; Cho'Gath, Terror of the Void. Each template endowed its user with devastating abilities, but also demanded a specific evolution path. In particular, Rek'Sai, Kaisa, and Kog'Maw posed the greatest challenge to fully awaken. Damien knew that once he mastered their final forms, however, the rewards would be beyond anything he'd yet experienced. Damien immediately ruled out Malzahar's Void Prophet template. Although Malzahar could have endowed him with prophetic sight and potent void magic, abilities that would prove invaluable in an unfamiliar realm, Damien found them unnecessary in the Marvel Universe. Here, the challenges and power dynamics mirrored what he'd already learned in his previous life, so the Prophet's gifts would only go unused. Next on the list was Kassadin, the Void Walker, whose control of spatial magic was among the most terrifying in the Void. Yet Damien decided to pass on that power for now, too. The cosmic energies he'd tapped from the Blue Star were more than enough to see him through the battles ahead. Perhaps, when it came time to select his second template, he might revisit the idea of void walking, but it wouldn't be his first choice. That left Vel'Koz, Kha'Zix, and Cho'Gath. Vel'Koz, the Eye of the Void, fascinated him with his supreme intellect and ability to analyze any threat instantly, but as a pure mage, Vel'Koz lacked the physical resilience Damien needed on a war-torn battlefield. Cho'Gath, the Void Terror, offered monstrous size and power, but his growth curve felt slower and less predictable. In the end, Damien gave the edge to Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver. The decision paid off. Kha'Zix's adaptive evolution proved the perfect fit for Damien's aggressive, hands-on approach to fighting in this new world. Damien stood atop the ruined rooftop, surveying the city below. He remembered the moment he made his first choice, how the power had surged through him and gifted him the ability he now called Darkness Escape. With it, he could slip into the shadows at will, vanish from sight, and leave his enemies clueless about both his presence and the razor-sharp blade he carried at his side. In the 2 years since that day, Damien had undergone 237 evolutions. He'd pushed himself harder than ever, honing each new facet of his power until he had reached a terrifying level of mastery. Now he could fly at 4 times the speed of sound, his body wrapped in a defensive aura so formidable that not even high-caliber firearms could scratch it. Molecular fire, searing ice, crackling lightning, even the deadliest poisons scarcely left a mark. His hearing, too, had been enhanced. It wasn't quite on par with the legendary Void Escape beast, but when Damien focused, he could pick out the faintest whisper from miles away. In practice, however, he seldom used it. The mental strain, an endless roar of distant sounds, left him exhausted if he left it switched on for more than a few minutes. Despite these astonishing upgrades, Damien refused to fool himself into thinking he was unbeatable. In the Marvel Universe, there were heroes whose powers defied all reason, champions like the Ancient One, whose mastery of the mystic arts bent reality itself, and Captain Marvel, who could obliterate entire starships with a single blast of energy. Against foes of that caliber, even Damien's nearly impenetrable defenses and blinding speed might not be enough. He inhaled the cold night air and flexed his fingers around the hilt of his blade. His next challenge could come at any moment, and he intended to be ready. Chapter 7: The Weight of Patience. Damien felt the Ancient One's presence like a silent sentinel, an ever-watchful force that cautioned him against flaunting his burgeoning power. He ached to push his limits, to test the full extent of his newfound abilities, but he knew that reckless displays would only draw the Ancient One's scrutiny and inevitable consequences. So Damien held back, cultivating patience as carefully as he trained his strength. He reminded himself that this was only the dawn of his evolution. Far from capped out, his potential stretched out before him like an endless horizon. With each passing day, with every mission he undertook, he inched closer to the next threshold of power. There was no need to rush. The system had spoken cryptically of a second hero template, a fresh set of choices awaiting him in time. "You have made your first selection," it had announced, "and further opportunities will present themselves as you grow." But beyond that vague assurance, no instructions followed. 2 years had slipped by, and Damien still had no clear roadmap for unlocking the next phase. In the interim, he charted his own course. He roamed the globe as a freelance mercenary, accepting high-stakes contracts that filled his coffers. Patrons from distant lands sent him exotic delicacies, saffron-scented stews, glistening sea urchins, rare truffles from mountain forests, and each sumptuous meal fed more than his appetite. Nutrient-dense and infused with subtle mystical properties, these dishes accelerated his gradual evolution. Food wasn't Damien's only catalyst. Early on, he discovered that certain metals, iron scraps from abandoned factories, discarded steel girders, radiated enough anomalous energy to bolster his internal reserves. If mere scrap metal could fuel his growth, what, he wondered, might happen when he turned to the legendary vibranium? Marvel's fabled metal was renowned for its uncanny properties, its ability to absorb, store, and discharge kinetic energy. In Damien's hands, it promised to be the most potent evolutionary fuel yet. As dusk settled over the city skyline, Damien closed his eyes and centered himself. He could taste the promise of vibranium on his tongue, a faint metallic tang that hinted at unimaginable power. His journey was only beginning, and every choice he made now would echo through the templates of his destiny. With steady resolve, he vowed to be ready when the system called him to make that next critical selection. Until then, he would remain disciplined, gathering strength, knowledge, and the rarest materials the world could offer. The next chapter of his evolution awaited, and Damien would greet it prepared. Over the past 2 years, Damien's strength had surged whenever he absorbed common metals like iron and steel, but each intake left a bitter, metallic aftertaste that lingered in his mouth, making him nauseated for days, and sometimes robbing him of his appetite altogether. Damien never wanted to feed on iron or steel unless he had no other choice. Yet, as the threats in his world grew, he knew he needed every advantage he could get. His plan was to unlock more absorption templates and feast on vibranium, the toughest metal on Earth, to boost his power rapidly. He'd never sampled vibranium before, so he could only hope its taste wouldn't make him vomit. Focusing on that formidable metal and the lingering memory of iron's acrid tang somehow eased the gnawing hunger in his stomach. Shaking his head to clear away the sensations, Damien guided his car through the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Soon, he pulled up smoothly in front of an upscale restaurant, ready to face whatever the night might bring. Damien stepped out of his brand-new Audi R8, its metallic paint catching the evening lights, and adjusted the lapel of his bespoke suit. At well over 6 feet tall, with a broad, muscular build and an undeniably handsome face, he made an arresting sight. Inevitably, a cluster of elegant young women paused to stare. He was accustomed to this. Over the years, he'd learned that attention came with his looks and his wealth. On rare occasions, he might choose a beautiful companion for the night, but he never let desire dictate his every move. Before he could head toward the entrance, a striking blonde with piercing blue eyes and a warm smile approached. Her tailored suit hugged her graceful figure as she stepped forward. "Mr. Damien," she said, her voice light and teasing, "you're still as handsome and charming as ever." He returned her smile with casual confidence. "Miss Diana, you know I'm not interested in casual flings." Diana's brow arched playfully. "Of course. But I'm curious, who will be the lucky one to capture your heart tonight? She reached out, beckoning him toward the building. Come on in. Everything's been arranged. Damien inclined his head and followed her steps. I appreciate it. By the way, I've already notified the chefs that you'd be joining us. Her laugh was soft and genuine as they crossed the threshold together, the evening's promise unfolding before them. When they learned you were coming, they moved into action at once. Diana's lips curved into a half-smile as she caught Damien's eye. With a graceful tilt of her chin, she offered him a polite, almost mock salute. Winning someone's heart is never an exact science, she said, her voice light and teasing, but a spark of attraction can flash in an instant. Damien returned her look without a flicker of doubt. Then consider yourself fortunate, Miss Diana, he replied, his tone warm, because I'd very much like to share tomorrow morning's breakfast with you. Her spark of amusement deepened into genuine interest. She met his gaze, curiosity, and something more, shining in her eyes. Damien Ambalaka had arrived in New York just over a year ago. Tall, impeccably dressed, and blessed with an easy charm, he'd quickly established himself as a rising star in the city's business circles. He wasn't quite on the same public radar as a household name like Tony Stark, but between boardroom deals and charitable appearances, he'd already captured the attention of many, and not just for his success. His polite demeanor and ready smile made him equally at ease in high society drawing rooms and late-night jazz bars. If Damien genuinely wanted to extend that breakfast invitation, Diana thought she might just be the lucky woman who accepted. Diana's heart tightened as Damien's teasing words hung in the air. According to the old gossip, Damien Ambalaka's one-night stand was practically a goldmine. Even if he cut all ties immediately afterward, the payout would still dwarf the earnings of any woman's decades-long career. But when Diana looked into Damien's clear, steady eyes, she realized he couldn't be serious. Mr. Ambalaka, your sense of humor is as sharp as ever, she said, forcing a smile and hiding her disappointment. She cleared her throat and resumed guiding him through the corridors of the manor. Damien offered a slight nod of acknowledgement, then fell silent as they continued on. By the time Damien finished his late dinner, an indulgent feast of his favorites, it was already midnight. He slipped behind the wheel of his sleek car and headed back to the estate. Once home, he made his way down to the secret training complex hidden beneath the manor. The underground facility was built into natural rock formations, its winding passages and high-ceiling chambers filled with advanced equipment and mechanized targets whizzing by at breakneck speed. At his current level, few in the Marvel Universe could hope to match him in raw power, and competing against opponents who were only marginally weaker wouldn't push him far enough. So Damien devoted himself to these rigorous drills night after night, refining his reflexes and mastering each new surge of strength that came with his evolving abilities. This self-imposed training regimen was the only way he could keep pace with the extraordinary power growing within him, and ensure he remained at the very top of his game. Chapter 14. The Threshold of Power. Damien stood alone in the silent chamber, the glow of the holographic interface casting half his face in bluish light. He'd just crossed the 1 million point mark in evolution credits, a milestone no one in living memory had ever reached this quickly. Instantly, the system message blinked into existence before him. Your evolution points have reached 1 million. Please choose your evolutionary upgrades. A list of his current abilities appeared, each with a new level waiting to be unlocked. Passive Intangible Threat, Evolution Level 27. When facing a lone opponent within 10 meters, you enter an isolated, and therefore more dangerous state. In isolation, your cutting and penetration power grows exponentially. Taste the Fear, Evolution Level 32. Unleash 16 silent stabs in an instant. Works even more devastatingly if your target is isolated. Void Thrust, Evolution Level 40. Release a 360-degree burst of toxin-laced thrusts. Each struck creature returns a portion of its life energy to you, accelerating your healing. Leap Attack, Evolution Level 35. Launch yourself skyward and crash down with terrifying force. Both jump height and landing impact are dramatically increased. Flight speed is greatly enhanced. Damien's heart pounded. He'd honed each of these techniques at levels, at lower levels, watching them grow bit by bit. Now, with a single click, he could ascend to new heights of power. He touched the first option. Instantly, a surge of tingling energy raced through his limbs. His vision narrowed, focus sharpened. Passive intangible threat, level 27. The system confirmed it. Next, taste the fear. 16 phantom blades formed around his fist, each hungry for fear. Level 32. A shiver of anticipation tightened his chest. Void thrust followed. Damien inhaled deeply as the air vibrated with latent toxicity. 40 bursts of lethal force sprang into being, encircling him in a glowing halo. He felt the promise of swift regeneration as life energy pulsed around him. Finally, leap attack. He flexed both legs. The ground beneath him pulsed with his urgency. Level 35 unlocked. Excitement and raw strength coiled within him like a living thing. All at once, Damien felt the culmination of his training. His power, his speed, his resilience, it was more than he'd ever imagined. He closed his eyes briefly, savoring the moment before the next battle. When he opened them again, his resolve shone brighter than ever. The chamber's lights dimmed, signaling the end of the upgrade sequence. Damien allowed himself a small, confident smile. A new phase of his journey had begun. He stepped forward. Let the world come. Void attack, level 50. Slip into the void's darkness. Your speed surges, you phase through all matter, and you traverse the void undetected by any living creature. These abilities will further strengthen once you revert to your hero prototype. Change is good. Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver. Void Skin has evolved to level 25. Mental Resistance has evolved to level 15. Hearing has evolved to level 13. Damien didn't hesitate. He channeled the upgrade into his Void Skin. If he ever unlocked the power of Void Fear Korghos, his defenses would verge on indestructibility. But for now, reinforcing his Void-infused armor was the wiser choice. His raw offensive capabilities already allowed him to annihilate countless foes, yet his physical form remained vulnerable to harm. Yes, he could siphon life energy from others to heal, but relying on that meant he'd first been wounded. Better to shore up his defenses and avoid injury altogether, because if he ever had to lean on recovery, it would mean he'd met an opponent capable of hurting him. Damien weighed his options. He could always fall back. Retreat posed no real challenge for him, but he wasn't foolish. Thanks to his evolution ability, he would never run out of firewood. If he couldn't defeat his opponent now, he could simply evolve dozens, even hundreds of times, until victory was inevitable. Still, his pride demanded a clean win. The best outcome was to break his enemy's will in a single decisive strike, sparing himself the embarrassment of withdrawal. To that end, he resolved to bolster his defenses, reducing any need to fall back. Focusing his mind, Damien triggered his evolution. In an instant, a 5-meter-tall silhouette of a mantis coalesced behind him. Its carapace gleamed a deep, otherworldly purple, and tendrils of malevolent light snaked across its limbs, an exact echo of the aura now suffusing Damien's own body. He turned to regard this dark avatar, a rush of both exhilaration and unease twisting in his chest. He knew that only by fully awakening Kha'Zix, the Void Mantis, could he unleash his true strength. He'd tapped into this form once before, and the memory of sinking into the void, of commanding pure darkness as an extension of his will, had been intoxicating. Now, standing side by side with his monstrous reflection, Damien steeled himself for the battle ahead, ready to test the full scope of his power. Damien hesitates as he feels the murderous intent of the Void Predator Kha'Zix stirring in his mind. Every time he taps into that shadowy power, dark whispers from the void echo through his thoughts, urging him to kill, devour, and evolve without restraint. He knows that if he leans on Kha'Zix's influence for too long, his own willpower will shatter, leaving him a mindless monster. Determined to break free of that fate, Damien channels every ounce of energy into a desperate solution. He begins absorbing massive quantities of raw iron and steel, forcing his body to mutate on its own terms. Black veins crawl beneath his skin as his form ripples with power. System notifications flash before his eyes. You have evolved 238 times. Void Skin has reached level 26. Evolution points required for next upgrade, 1,000,000. Satisfied but far from finished, Damien straps on a custom-fit training suit and steps into his underground facility, a vast 3-level complex totaling over 3,000 square meters. Here, he can unleash his newfound strength without endangering the world above. With a sharp intake of breath, he launches himself into the cavernous hall. He practices soaring leaps, precision strikes, and rapid-fire energy blasts against holographic targets. Each punch fractures the simulated terrain, each kick generates shockwaves that ripple through the air. Even at this power, Damien forces himself to stay calm. One errant blow could collapse an entire floor. Sweat beads on his forehead, but his focus never wavers. Every drill, every sparring session, hones his control, ensuring that when the next evolution arrives, he alone will decide how and if he ever unleashes the darkness within. Chapter 2. Damien's Daily Routine. Since his strength began to grow, Damien has never once neglected his training. He allows himself no more than 2 rest days each week, just enough time to unwind and recover. This disciplined schedule has become the cornerstone of his new life. After completing 3 intensive sessions yesterday, today marks the start of his second chapter of progress. Chapter 3. Nick Fury's Attention. Nick Fury stared at the dossier on his desk. The mercenary known only as Death had finally agreed to a meeting, and Fury could feel both excitement and tension coiling in his chest. He rubbed his brow, trying to steady his thoughts. "Sir," Phil Coulson said, stepping into the war room, "how many of us are heading out the day after tomorrow?" Fury tapped a pen against the tabletop, considering. "Based on everything we've gathered, Death is almost certainly a man. As for personnel, do you think we need Natasha with us?" Coulson hesitated. Few in S.H.I.E.L.D. even knew about this operation. Natasha Romanoff was one of the exceptions. She was already deep in the investigation on Damien Ambalaka, the man they suspected to be this so-called god of death. If Damien really possesses the powers we suspect, Fury intended to recruit him into the Avengers. But bringing in Black Widow now might compromise Romanoff's own intel and the mission. Fury set the pen down. "No, Romanoff's still trailing Ambalaka on her own lead. We don't need her at the meeting." Coulson nodded, tapping notes into his tablet. "Understood. And the fee? $20 million cash, right?" Fury's lips tightened. "That's the price. Ridiculous, but if we want him at the table, that's what it'll take." He let the words hang in the air. 20 million was an obscene sum for a rendezvous, but Damien's potential power could be priceless to the Avengers. Fury had to be certain. "Fine," Coulson said. "I'll make the arrangements and pull together the team. Just you and me?" "Just us," Fury confirmed. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "In 48 hours, we meet Death himself. Let's hope he's willing to side with us, and not against." Coulson gave a curt nod and left to finalize the plan. Fury remained, staring at the dossier, already bracing for what tomorrow might bring. Damien Ambalaka has drawn more than a little attention ever since he appeared on New York's financial scene 2 years ago. Orphaned at a young age, he grew up in an Asian children's home after losing both parents. Though Asian Americans sometimes enjoy certain advantages in the States, Damien nonetheless endured his share of discrimination and social cold shoulders. By all appearances, he was just another underprivileged kid trying to make his way. Everything changed when Damien turned 19. On a whim, he bought a lottery ticket and hit the jackpot for tens of millions of dollars. After paying the IRS its $5.7 million cut, he was left with $4.3 million. Rather than splurge on luxuries, Damien plowed every penny into a small tech startup called Zero Technology, taking a significant minority stake. His bet paid off spectacularly. As more investors flocked to Zero Technology, the company's share price rose steadily, and each quarterly dividend check landed in Damien's bank account. Using those dividends, he ventured into New York real estate and began trading stocks. Time and again, it seemed he couldn't lose. Every property he bought climbed in value. Every stock position turned a profit. It was as if he could predict the market's next move. Now, at just 21 years old, Damien Ambalaka is a fixture in high society circles, a wonderkind capitalist with a fortune that rivals many seasoned Wall Street titans. For someone who once had nothing but ambition, he's become the story everyone wants to understand. Damien Ambalaka's fortune exploded nearly overnight. In just a few years, his net worth shot past $4 billion, an increase measured in the hundreds. His name has become a byword for luxury. Vast countryside manors, a fleet of exotic cars, priceless haute horlogerie on his wrists. In New York's high society, Damien, an Asian-American entrepreneur, has earned a reputation as the city's most eligible bachelor, courted by every glamorous debutante on the social register. Because he plays strictly by the rules, never a hint of criminal misconduct, always up to date on his tax filings, no government agency has cause to scrutinize high. At first glance, he is simply the luckiest man alive. After all, Damien bought just 5 lottery tickets one afternoon, and one of them hit the jackpot for tens of millions of dollars. It was the kind of windfall that most people only dream about, and it propelled him to heights few could imagine. If you don't know that Earth shares the universe with hidden civilizations, or that beyond the familiar blue star there are races possessing powers we can scarcely comprehend, you'd chalk up Damien's meteoric rise to pure serendipity. Even Nick Fury, poring over Damien's public resume at Shield, would probably dismiss him as a fortunate gambler if Fury knew nothing else. But Damien's story goes deeper than a lucky draw. Almost from the moment his bank account ballooned, he developed a visionary knack for markets and investments. It's as if he sees the trends of Wall Street before they happen, his instincts so fine-tuned they border on clairvoyance. Every stock he buys surges, every deal he signs turns to gold, and yet his ambitions extend beyond mere numbers. Damien's lifestyle demands an extraordinary daily budget, sourcing the rarest ingredients for his personal chef, chartering private jets at a moment's notice, furnishing his penthouse with art so exclusive it's not even on the market. Ordinary millionaires might blanch at the cost, but for Damien Ambalaka, it's simply the price of holding the world in his hands. Damien Ambalaka was a familiar face among the world's elite, a handsome young billionaire who spent money like it grew on trees and possessed an appetite to match. He'd never broken the law, and his tax contributions made him untouchable to the agency. Officially, Shield had no authority to detain or question him without FBI cooperation. Yet Nick Fury was convinced there was more to Damien than generous donations and high-end parties. Fury suspected the man had genuine superhuman abilities, and if Natasha Romanoff could make contact, she might just win him over, an ally they urgently needed before the crisis poised to engulf Blue Star. Across the table in a secure conference room, one of Fury's operatives frowned. Romanoff's report came in. She's not making headway. She's, let's say, in a foul mood about this assignment. Phil Coulson, listening in, leaned back and offered a half-smile. That surprises me. With her skills and her looks, Natasha should have no trouble ingratiating herself with any successful man. Damien Ambalaka owns a villa on the French Riviera, estates in Tuscany and Malibu. You'd think he'd delegate the day-to-day upkeep to a housekeeper or a secretary. But apparently, he manages every detail himself. No staff, no gatekeepers, just Damien in person. Coulson shook his head in admiration. A man who runs his own fortune from top to bottom? That tells you something about how he thinks. Fury's instincts aren't wrong. Damien could be exactly the kind of ally we need. Romanoff's frustrations aside, we just have to keep pushing. Damien Ambalaka had no interest in hiring a housekeeper or a secretary. He spent his days secluded in his private manor, unsure how to occupy himself. His only constant pleasure was sampling the city's finest and most varied cuisines. Damien wasn't fussy. One night he might linger in a 5-star hotel, the next he could be tucking into noodles at a Chinatown street stall. His routine was unpredictable. After dinner, he'd simply return home, except on the rare occasions when he invited a striking companion back to spend the evening with him. For the past 2 weeks, Agent Natasha Romanoff had been staking out every restaurant Damien was rumored to visit, without success. No matter how she adjusted her strategy or deployed her charm, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. All her seductive talents were wasted on a phantom. Aboard the helicarrier, Nick Fury listened with mounting frustration as Agent Phil Coulson detailed Natasha's fruitless efforts. Fury rubbed his temples. After a moment, he sighed and turned to Coulson. "Forget it," he said. "I'll deliver the message myself." Nick Fury's message arrived just as Natasha stepped through the door of her rented townhouse. He'd authorized her to pause her current assignment, take a full day off, and report, well-rested, at a safe house on the outskirts of Washington 2 days from now. Relief washed over her. The last 2 weeks had felt endless. Natasha had bounced from one restaurant to another, cold calling management, and filling out application after application for a waitress position, all in the hope of spotting Damien Ambalaka. Yet Damien Ambalaka still hadn't shown. Frustration had become her constant companion. Now, with Fury's direct orders and a brief respite from waitressing, she could reassess her approach. She'd already tried slipping into Damien's known haunts, finding her way into the same back rooms, and casually striking up conversations. Quick and efficient, yes, but far too conspicuous. Every unscheduled visit flagged security, making her exploits more suspicious than seamless. What Natasha needed was a better cover. Why wasn't Damien hosting a grand cocktail party, inviting high-profile friends and socialites, or attending the soirees of Washington's most notable patrons? Such events would offer her numerous discreet entry points and legitimate reasons to be in his orbit, no forced eavesdropping required. She tapped her heels together, plotting her next move. If Fury wanted her there 2 days hence, she'd use that window to set up a flawless social infiltration. This time, she'd blend in completely. No awkward questions, no slip-ups. Just the kind of elegant, effortless approach that would finally put her face-to-face with Damien Ambalaka. Natasha had long since learned that no target ever behaves exactly as planned. Accepting this, she reset her mood and slipped into a comfortable sleep. As for why Nick Fury had asked to see her, she didn't dwell on it. When the time came, everything would become clear. Chapter 4. What race are you? 2 days slipped away in a blur. Shortly after 1 that afternoon, Damien draped himself in a dark, hooded cloak that seemed to swallow all light and exuded a frigid, almost malevolent aura. In his role as the god of death, there was no need for subtlety. He vanished from his home without a trace and made his way toward the meeting point described by the mysterious reward poster. Normally, in his civilian identity, Damien would have driven or flown to his destination. But today, he had no reason to hide his power. In under an hour, he materialized at the sleek glass and steel complex the informant had specified. He halted and listened. Inside the building, only 3 distinct life signatures pulsed in the gloom, nothing else. Outside, a handful of figures lingered, their eyes drifting Damien's way. They were dressed in standard business attire, suits and ties you'd see in any corporate lobby. But their auras told a different story. Their life energy thrummed far more intensely than that of ordinary office workers, and their physiques bore the hardened marks of trained fighters. Damien could not peer into their thoughts or know their exact identities at a glance. But by reading the strength of their life force, he could tell these were no mere salarymen. They were dangerous. With a slight, cold smile beneath his hood, Damien prepared to step forward and learn exactly who or what he was dealing with. Damien hovered several meters above the 6th floor, eyes narrowed as he studied the 3 figures below. Plainclothes could mean undercover FBI, freelance mercenaries, or agency operatives. It didn't matter. He'd recognize his mark when the time came. Absorbing hostile mutants earned him precious evolution points, but Damien wasn't a cold-blooded killer. He'd accepted this mission in good faith and would report back once it was done. Still, if anyone showed him outright hostility or drew a weapon, he'd respond without mercy. Satisfied he'd found the right room, he dove toward the building facade. In midair, time seemed to slow. The pale glow of streetlights, the ripple of his coat. He materialized less than a second later, outside a wide window on the 6th floor. Inside, a red-haired woman stood near a desk while 2 men flanked her. One figure he recognized instantly. Without hesitating, Damien phased through the glass. The window pane dissolved around him, leaving it intact as he stepped through. He landed softly on the carpeted floor and allowed his gaze to settle on the trio arranged in a silent triangle. Agent Phil Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, and Nick Fury, each waiting for the notorious mercenary known only as Death. Fury exhaled a single breath and fixed Damien with a steely glare. Right on schedule. You must be Death. Damien inclined his head. No words were needed. The mission had begun. What exactly do you want me to do? The question cut through the stillness, and Nick Fury, Agent Coulson, and Natasha Romanoff whirled to face the source. Natasha's reflexes kicked in first. Her pistol was already in her hand, barrel aimed at the newcomer's chest. A towering figure stood before them, draped in a jet-black cloak. An almost tangible chill radiated from him, as if he carried winter in his bones. Natasha's breath caught, and a bead of sweat slid down her temple. Fury's one good eye narrowed to a slit. Coulson, trained to remain calm, nonetheless found his heart pounding. He swallowed hard, fighting to steady his voice. Fury studied the stranger's stance and the aura of absolute detachment that clung to him. If one were to imagine the god of death wielding a scythe, Fury thought, this man would be the perfect incarnation. He was no ordinary operative. This was someone with real, unfiltered power. The cloaked figure tilted his head, voice as cold as the air around him. I believe you must be Mr. Stark. Damien stepped forward. The hem of his cloak brushed the floor, and the room seemed to freeze in his wake. Fury raised an eyebrow. This was the man they'd been searching for, strong, silent, and deadly. It was time to find out exactly where his loyalties lay. They call me Death. I'm Nick Fury, he said smoothly, stepping into the sparsely furnished room. I'm the one who contacted you through the dark web. Do you mind if we sit and talk? Before Fury could finish, Damien was across the room, already seated on the sofa, his gun leveled at Fury's chest. Natasha Romanoff and Agent Coulson tensed, jaws clenched, as if bracing for an explosion. Fury, however, simply nodded. This is our first meeting. You reacted on instinct. I'll overlook it this time. Damien's voice dropped to a chill whisper. Next time you don't just point a gun at me, you pull the trigger. I'll take that as an act of war. Then you won't be negotiating. You'll be my enemy. Natasha and Coulson felt beads of sweat form on their brows. Fury, veteran of countless missions and face-to-face encounters with powered operatives like Captain Marvel, recognized the danger in Damien's warning. He raised both hands in a calm, open gesture and offered a small, reassuring smile. Understood, he said. No weapons. Let's talk. Damien stepped into the dimly lit warehouse, every muscle taut. At the far end of the room, Nick Fury remained motionless, flanked by Agent Phil Coulson. Fury's hands were raised in a universal gesture of truce. No weapons, no surprises. We have no intention of making you our enemy, Fury said evenly as he lowered himself into a chair. Nor do we plan on opening fire. Please, relax. Let's have a civilized conversation about our business. Damien's eyes never left him. Fury continued. Before we discuss terms, you did appoint me for this job, so I'll require a retainer, $10 million minimum. A flicker of amusement crossed Damien's face. I assume you've already got the cash ready, or you wouldn't have invited me here to talk. Certainly, Fury replied, nodding once. He was well aware of Fury's reputation as the god of death. No negotiation ever started without the money on the table. At Fury's signal, Coulson holstered his gun and rolled in 3 large aluminum cases. With a practiced motion, he unclasped the lids. Bundles of crisp bills glowed under the fluorescent lights. Damien allowed himself a faint, satisfied smile. Fury had come prepared. And now, with the deposit laid out between them, the real discussion could finally begin. All right, let's talk, Damien said, settling onto the edge of the conference table. Nick Fury folded his arms and met Damien's gaze. You can hire me for pretty much anything. Assassinations, taking out problem targets, stealing classified intel, or even a simple escort mission. Damien raised an eyebrow. So what's the job you have in mind? He didn't offer up more details, treating Fury like any other client, another bounty poster with a checkbook. Fury cracked a half smile before leaning forward. Before we get into specifics, let me introduce myself properly, Mr. Death. I'm Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. He paused as Damien's eyebrow climbed even higher. Fury waved an impatient hand. Forgive the mouthful. Your agency's name covers more ground than the FBI. Damien chuckled softly. That's one way to put it. Compared to the FBI, short, snappy, and everyone knows what it is, your title is a bit of a tongue twister. Behind Fury, Agent Natasha Romanoff and Agent Phil Coulson exchanged embarrassed glances. Fury cleared his throat, feigning indignation. Ahem. Yes, I've heard that one before, but rest assured we get the job done. We're still working out how to shorten your name, Damien said, leaning back in his chair. Nick Fury waved away the point. The name doesn't matter. What matters is this, Mr. Death. He paused as if tasting the words. I may not know the full extent of your powers, but one thing's clear. You're strong. You're confident in your own strength. Fury stepped forward, lowering his voice. But even your considerable abilities have only scratched the surface of what's out there. The world you've seen is a fraction of the big picture. He straightened and locked eyes with Damien. That's why I'm here. I want you to join the Avengers. Damien regarded him coolly. He couldn't claim to understand every corner of the Marvel Universe, but he'd learned enough to know its huge scope. So you're saying your so-called Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, he spat the name out, knows more about the world than I do? His tone was calm, but the question hung between them like a challenge. Nick Fury leaned forward. First and foremost, you need to be mentally prepared, and you need to appreciate the scale of what you're about to hear. There are alien civilizations out there that we barely understand. They've already visited Earth once. The last time they came, Captain Marvel stepped in and drove them off. Because of her, humanity survived. If we hadn't repelled that invasion, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Damien listened coolly, then shook his head. Honestly, I don't see why I need a pep talk. If there really are aliens, and if someone like me, with my abilities, is here, they won't have much luck. He offered a half smile. It wasn't just that he knew the Marvel Universe inside and out. In any world where superpowered beings exist, the presence of other formidable races is almost routine. After all, in Runeterra from League of Legends, humans aren't the only game in town. Damien's words hung in the air, and even Nick Fury, ever the hard-nosed strategist, paused, his brow furrowing. You're not playing by the book, he said finally. Most people had grown up on tales of alien invasions, how Earth teetered on the brink, only to be saved by heroes wielding unimaginable powers. Ordinary folks might feel awe or relief at the idea of another sentient species. Humanity's fate hung in the balance until those heroes arrived. Yet the figure before them, death personified, was perfectly calm, showing no trace of surprise or reverence. Fury studied that featureless silhouette and cleared his throat. Forgive the intrusion, Mr. Reaper, but I have to ask, where do you come from? What race are you? Human or alien? Damien froze at the question. He knew why instantly, and why it unsettled him. By birth and by every measure of his past life, he was human. Yet ever since he'd awakened the Void system, he'd been imbued with the powers of the enigmatic Void clan, powers that could evolve without limit and grant lifespans that defied comprehension. How long would he live? He had no idea. In that charged silence, Damien realized that the line between human and alien might blur more easily than anyone dared imagine. Damien had discovered that he could fully transform into the Void Raider Kha'Zix, assuming the creature's nightmarish form and instantly magnifying his strength. He sensed, too, that the Void clan would eventually grant him even more power. But that only deepened his uncertainty. Was he still human, or had he become one of them? As Damien fell silent, lost in his own thoughts, Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and Agent Phil Coulson exchanged uneasy glances. Fury had once let slip that the Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support Agency stored and studied genuine alien materials and technology. Ever since then, Natasha and Coulson had believed extraterrestrials existed somewhere out there. Belief, however, was an abstract thing. Real proof was another matter. Now here stood Damien, the so-called God of Death, bristling with power that might be alien in origin. Though he posed a threat unlike any they'd faced before, Fury and his team took comfort in one fact. If they showed no hostility, they had no reason to fear an unprovoked assault. The question of who or what Damien truly was would have to wait. Chapter 1. Damien eyed the cloaked figure across the chamber, his instincts screaming caution. If this god of death truly hailed from another world, he answered to neither Blue Star's customs nor humanity's laws. Jure him to unmask himself now would be a mistake. Once his true form was revealed, there was no telling when he might choose to strike. Daily update, 10,000 words added. This is the chapter's first installment. Chapter 5. I come from the void. Given his extraordinary strength and near immortality, Damien felt drawn more to the void race than to humanity. In his past life he had been human, and at the outset of this one, he'd clung to that identity, sometimes even favoring humans in his dealings. Yet as the years stretched on, that sense of belonging had gradually dulled. He could feel himself shifting away from the world of men, embracing the truth of his origin. Now, under 3 cautious gazes, he made his choice. "I come from the void," Damien announced, his voice cool and steady. Across from him, Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson, and Nick Fury all froze. Their hands twitched toward their weapons, then stilled as they remembered the strict warning not to fire. The air crackled with tension. Inside Damien's mind, a mechanical voice spoke. "System notice. Host verification complete. No self-deception detected. Host will affirmed and existence confirmed. All system functions are now online." A pale light flickered in Damien's eyes at the sound of that cold, inner voice. He nodded almost imperceptibly. His declaration had unlocked something new within him, and there was no turning back. Damien had been running the system for over 2 years, patiently waiting for the other hero templates to unlock. Yet he still had no idea how to trigger them. Only now did he realize the obstacle was himself. Although he'd never outright rejected the void, he'd never fully embraced it either. It took Nick Fury's pointed question, "What race are you?" to force Damien to acknowledge his void heritage. Until that moment, he'd never thought to claim it, and without that formal acceptance, the system would never recognize him as its rightful host. When Fury first confirmed that the god of death wielded superpowers, he assumed the entity had transferred into the colossal being known as Big Fish. His plan was to convince this god of death to join the Avengers. After all, if they were both human, Fury reasoned, he could remind him that Earth, the blue star, drifts alone in a sea of stars, always at risk of capsizing under cosmic storms. Surely a warrior of such prowess would want to protect humanity. But Fury never anticipated that the god of death wasn't human at all, but an alien. Faced with that revelation, every word of his carefully rehearsed pitch deserted him. Earth, known in interstellar circles as Blue Star, is humanity's only true home. Lose it, and we're finished. For alien races, however, Blue Star often amounts to little more than a convenient layover. After all, if it's flattened, they'll simply return to their own worlds. Yet despite being on Earth for over 2 years, this so-called God of Death has confined himself to mercenary work, no cataclysmic attacks, no massive invasions. That restraint suggests he has no desire to wipe us out. Nick Fury studied the tall figure before him, his expression unreadable. He'd already exchanged silent warnings with Natasha Romanoff and Agent Coulson. Stay sharp, but hold your fire. Killing an extraterrestrial might be feasible, but at what cost? First, they needed to know if this being was friend or foe. "So tell me," Fury said, voice low and even, "what brings you to Blue Star?" Damien, mortal name unknown, but humans had settled on Damien, tilted his head as though pondering the question. He gave the answer as smoothly as breathing. "I came to see the planet for myself. To travel, experience life in a new corner of the universe." Fury's dark eyes flicked sideways. Travel? Experience life? The explanation was almost too mundane, to be honest. Yet Damien's calm, unflinching gaze betrayed no hint of deceit. Behind him, Romanoff and Coulson relaxed the slightest fraction, though their instincts remained on full alert. An alien mercenary traveling for pleasure. Hard to believe, but not impossible. Fury leaned back, folding his arms. "All right, Damien, we'll take your word for now. But know this. If you make a move against us or tear this planet apart, you'll find out just how determined we can be." Damien offered a small, enigmatic smile. Understood. And in that moment, the fate of Blue Star seemed to hinge on nothing more than a simple promise. Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and Agent Coulson all exchanged uneasy glances. The Death God's excuse was preposterous, but he refused to reveal his true purpose, and after the display of power they'd just witnessed, any attempt to force him might be suicide. They simply didn't have the leverage. Fury masked his frustration with a polite smile. "My friend," he began, his voice deliberately measured, "you've shown no interest in hiding who or what you are. That suggests we can talk, doesn't it?" Natasha narrowed her eyes. Coulson stayed rigid and silent. Fury leaned forward slightly, feigning casual warmth. "I mean, here we are, already talking, right?" Damien met Fury's gaze without flinching. He recognized the subtle warning in Fury's tone, the underlying threat. He shrugged, an amused smirk playing at his lips. "You tell me. Just watch what I do." Fury took that for what it was, a gesture of cooperation. He relaxed, touching the brim of his cap as if in greeting. "All right," he said, "let's see where this goes." Natasha exchanged a look with Coulson. both still wary but ready to follow Fury's lead. In that tense silence, the battered no-man's land around them felt suddenly charged with possibility. Damien met Fury's gaze coolly from across the table. He tapped a small data pad. "I've received your deposit," he said. "Now tell me exactly what you need." Nick Fury steepled his fingers, one brow arching skeptically. "I plan to commission you for a field assignment, but after learning you're an interstellar native from the so-called void, I realized your knowledge might be far more valuable. I'd like to buy information." Damien allowed a faint smile. "Information isn't free, but it all depends on what you want." Fury leaned back, studying him. "Don't worry. My questions won't overstep your bounds. I want to know how many alien civilizations lie within reach of Blue Star, what their technological levels are, and whether any possess unusual abilities. Above all, are we currently on their radar?" Damien tapped his datapad again, bringing up a rolling star map rendered in pale blue lines. "The galaxy teems with intelligent life, far more than you suspect. Many neighbors boast technology that makes your jump drives look like toys, true faster-than-light travel, colossal warships, interstellar energy cannons. Some species manipulate gravity fields directly, others have biotechnological gifts we can't yet fathom." Fury nodded, absorbing every word. "And Earth, Blue Star, is it exposed to their attention?" Damien paused, fingers hovering over the controls. "Some have already noticed. A handful monitor your broadcasts. A rarer few are curious enough to approach. But for most, Blue Star remains an intriguing backwater, ripe for exploration or conquest, should they choose to act." Fury's expression darkened. "Keep me informed, and Damien," he slid a credits chip across the table, "send me everything you've got on those scouts. Discretion, of course." Damien pocketed the chip. "Understood. You're buying more than raw data, Mr. Fury. You're buying my discretion and my silence." He stood, offering a curt nod. Fury followed him to the door, already dialing his secure line. The game had just begun. Damien stared across the chamber at the shimmering figure before him. Alien energy pulsed around them, illuminating the high-tech machinery lining the walls. "All of them are within reach," the figure said. "Every ally, every enemy. You could call them in if you wanted." "But they're too far from Blue Star," Damien replied, his brow furrowed. "And now that I've learned so much about them, I'd only be making things worse for myself." The being's glow dimmed slightly. "Their powers vary wildly. Some races manipulate energy fields. Others, like the Kree or Skrulls, can mimic forms or wield advanced weaponry. Even setting aside their unique abilities, their baseline physical strength far exceeds that of humans." Damien nodded. "I understand. Distance is their greatest barrier right now. Speaking of distance, you must remember that, beyond Blue Star, there are 8 other worlds, often called the 9 Realms. Asgard is one of them. The Asa clan who dwell there, you humans refer to them as gods. Their ruler is the All-Father, Odin." He paused, as if weighing how much more to share. "Blue Star has long been in the crosshairs of alien races. Over centuries, envoys and spies have slipped through, some aiming to study your culture, others bent on conquest." Damien's eyes darkened at the mention of hostile incursions, like the Kree and Skrulls you mentioned. "Exactly. Yet Asgard remains intact. Odin still wields his power, and so far, no race dares to strike overtly at your world." The figure's tone turned almost sympathetic. "Be careful, Damien. Knowledge can be a burden. The more you learn about these realms, the more dangerous your path becomes." Damien leaned back, folding his arms. He'd known these warnings would come. He'd seen enough alternate futures to understand how easily one misstep could unravel everything. He met the being's gaze. "I won't risk spoiling what's meant to happen. I'll share only what can't alter the flow of time, and only when I absolutely must." A faint nod passed between them, the unspoken agreement sealing their uneasy alliance. As the chamber's lights dimmed once more, Damien steeled himself for the trials ahead, fully aware that the fate of Blue Star and perhaps the entire cosmos rested on what he did next. Chapter 7. In the muted glow of the secure S-Yield briefing room, Director Nick Fury leaned forward across the table. His one good eye narrowed as he studied Damien, the young man known in secret circles as the Death God. "If nothing drastic changes," Fury began, tapping the table for emphasis, "in a few years Thor will be stripped of his rank and demoted to Blue Star. At that point, everyone on Blue Star will learn the truth about the Asa clan." Damien met his gaze evenly. That's correct, Director. Fury exhaled slowly. When you mentioned the Kree and the Skrulls, it became clear you know far more about these alien races than anyone dared imagine. Are you saying our old myths, our gods, our legends, are real? Damien sat up straight. Yes, humanity has always been watched over by the Asa clan. Is that why neither the Kree nor the Skrulls has launched an all-out assault on Earth? Fury asked, leaning back. Legends often contain a kernel of truth. It sounds like ours are more factual than fiction. The director's tone softened. If the chance ever arises, you could meet the Asa Protoss in person. A flicker of awe passed over Damien's face. He inclined his head. Thank you, sir. I have another question. You said Odin is still alive. Is that why alien forces haven't dared to push us beyond the brink? Fury gave a grim nod. Exactly. Damien's voice dropped to a near whisper. Then, someday in the future, Odin could die? At the mention of the All-Father, Natasha Romanoff stepped forward, concern etched in her features. We shouldn't speculate on his mortality, she said quietly. Damien glanced first at her, then back at Fury, and offered no answer. A heavy silence fell over the room as each of them considered the fate of a god and the uncertain future of their world. Damien's sudden silence was the unspoken signal the others had been dreading. Agent Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, and Nick Fury all tensed at once. The god of death, towering, enigmatic, and deadly, had just confirmed that All-Father Odin still walked the Nine Realms. So long as Odin lived, no extraterrestrial force dared challenge Earth. But the death god had deliberately sidestepped Natasha's follow-up, whether Odin would one day die. Even a god, it seemed, was subject to time. Nick Fury didn't chastise Natasha for pressing the issue. He'd extracted exactly the information he needed and learned that the moment Odin fell, humanity would be vulnerable to alien incursions. That realization, and only steeled his resolve to assemble the Avengers. Still, he knew there was no persuading this death god with rhetoric alone. He offered a respectful nod. Thank you for the clarity, Lord of the Departed. He paused, adopting his most genial tone. Is there any chance we might cooperate down the road? The god of death regarded him with hollow eyes. After a beat, he spoke in a voice like distant thunder. It depends on the assignment. As long as the price is right, I will not refuse. Damien let the answer hang in the air, neither agreeing nor declining. The die was cast. Earth's fate, Odin's lifespan, and the price of cooperation all remained shrouded in mystery. But one thing was clear. With enemies waiting in the void, Fury's Avengers would be needed more than ever. Damien didn't even blink at the stacks of US dollars. He could have taken the money. After all, it would be madness to turn down a payday, but he simply refused. Nick Fury realized, in that moment, that summoning the so-called God of Death came at no fixed price. Whether Damien chose to intervene was entirely up to him, leaving humanity utterly powerless, a notion Fury found deeply unsettling. Thank you, Fury said carefully, inclining his head. For a first meeting, this has been most illuminating. I hope we'll have the chance to work together again. Let's hope so, Damien replied, his lips curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. Fury forced a small grin in return, knowing he'd conceded ground he had no way to reclaim. Damien acknowledged him with a nod, then, as if dissolving into mist, he disappeared, taking every single bill with him. Natasha Romanoff and Agent Coulson exchanged uneasy glances as the last flicker of Damien's presence vanished. Sir, Natasha whispered, he's too mysterious. How do we know any of this is real? Coulson frowned. God of death, or just a man with a flair for theatrics? Fury watched the empty room, his jaw set. Either way, he said quietly, we'll be ready next time. Coulson frowned. After all, we still can't confirm his true identity. He turned to Nick Fury for his take. Fury's mind was racing, but he forced himself to breathe deeply, letting the weight of the situation settle in. The grin vanished from his face, replaced by a grave expression. Coulson, you're right, Fury admitted. We have no way to be certain who or what he really is. But there's a bigger problem. He knows about the Kree and the Skrulls, those same aliens I first tangled with decades ago. Officially, that knowledge never left our agency, Coulson said, yet somehow he's heard the rumors. And consider his modus operandi, Fury continued. Codenamed the God of Death. He appears and vanishes without a trace, racking up massive paydays. He could easily live off the bounty he earns, but instead he chooses to work as a mercenary. Coulson nodded slowly. Which only confirms something we thought was myth, the existence of Odin himself. If Odin truly watches over us, maybe that's the only thing keeping the god of death from running wild on Blue Star. Neither of them had ever glimpsed the god of death's true face. Even if he decided to eliminate them, there'd be no way for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s higher-ups to investigate or to stop him. Earth's laws can only bind human heroes and superhumans. No matter how extraordinary, they remain subject to Blue Star's courts and statutes. Aliens, however, answer to no terrestrial authority. Our weapons are too weak, our bargaining power non-existent. That's why forming the Avengers isn't just logical, it's urgent. After all, who knows when Odin's rule will end? Natasha, Nick Fury said, his voice low and firm. I don't care how you do it. Contact Damien Ambalaka immediately and find out if he really has powers. Natasha Romanoff gave a brief nod and slipped away without another word. Fury turned to his other ally. Phil, start assembling anyone who's been implicated in unusual incidents. I want people with odd abilities, questionable backgrounds, anyone who might help. Understood, sir, Phil Coulson replied. I'll round up the ones who cause the most, shall we say, trouble. Fury watched them go, folding his arms across his chest. The intelligence they'd just extracted from death itself was priceless, but far too sensitive for the Council. He'd have to spin a story for the higher-ups, keep them distracted while he built his team in secret. With that settled, he clipped shut his briefcase and strode toward the elevator, every step a promise of the battles to come. I'd be happy to help. Could you please paste the full chapter here so I can rewrite it into polished, idiomatic English with Damien as the male protagonist? Also, let me know what vote totals you need counted. Chapter 6, Spreading the Power of the Void. Damien pocketed the payment and soared back to his sprawling New York estate. Once inside, he slipped the cash into his basement safe, changed into more discreet attire, and activated the system interface. To his surprise, 2 new options had appeared, options he'd never seen before, Hero Ascension and Hero Origin. Curious, he selected Hero Origin. The screen flickered, then presented a single entry, the shadowy silhouette of Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver. Alongside it, several alternate forms of the Reaver floated in and out of focus. Sand Guardian grants the ability to dissolve into sand, perfect for slipping past defenses and remaining undetected in its true form. Unlock conditions unknown. Deathbloom endows the Reaver with botanical mimicry, transforming it into a harmless flower-like guise that conceals its lethal power. Unlock conditions unknown. Each variant promised unique advantages, but neither came with instructions for acquisition. Damien leaned closer to the display, determined to uncover the secrets behind these mysterious void-powered evolutions. Damien hovered before the console, studying the 3 newly unlocked void skins, no longer mere League of Legends cosmetics, but full-fledged power avatars in this system. First up was the Tyrant Alien Void Predator. Once redeemed, Damien would gain mechanized enhancements, allowing him to project his consciousness into any device and manipulate it at will. The catch? Redeeming this form required a staggering 100 million void energy. Next came the Odyssey Void Raider, a figure wreathed in arcane runes. Its special evolution promised mastery over the hidden laws of the universe, insight into every secret dimension. Unfortunately, the system gave no clue as to what he'd need to unlock it. Last was the Death Star Void Raider, imbued with Dark Star power so immense it could crown its bearer Master of the Universe. Like the Odyssey skin, its exchange conditions remained shrouded in mystery. Damien couldn't help but feel a thrill. Only the Predator form was currently achievable, and its cost, 100 million void energy, was astronomical. Yet, with so many unknowns about the others, he refused to write them off. He switched screens to the sublimation module. Here, heroes could be transcended to higher tiers, but only by spending evolution sources. Acquiring those would buy him a chance to elevate any champion beyond their limits. Damien leaned forward, already calculating how to amass enough resources to claim these legendary forms for himself. How to earn an evolution source was spelled out clearly. For every 1,000 evolutions, you gain 1 source. Damien has only evolved a little over 200 times so far, still a long way from the 1,000 needed for Hero Ascension, so he's hardly concerned with it right now. A soft chime echoed in his mind. System notice. Host successfully recognized by Master. Void summoning mission activated. Objective. Spread the will of the void by any means. Let more beings learn of the void and join it. Note: the stronger a creature's fate, potential, and power, the more void energy it will supply to the host upon conversion. Damien studied the directives. His ultimate goal was to unlock the advanced hero templates, so when the system began to elaborate, to determine a being's destiny, he leaned forward with interest. What factors define a creature's destiny? He asked. But the system fell silent, offering no answer. Damien frowned. If it truly communicated on its own, he wouldn't have needed to formally accept the role of master to access its full functions. Yet here he was, awaiting a reply that never came. It wasn't the first time Damien had felt stumped, but there was nothing to do except think it through quietly. The two people before him weren't hard to read. He'd only asked an offhand question, yet from their life energy signatures he could tell they were extraordinary. In his experience, a powerful destiny resonance almost always marked one of the universe's better-known heroes. After all, sheer muscle could only get you so far. If raw strength were the only measure, Tony Stark's physique would never rank him among the truly formidable. That was why Damien also gauged fate itself. At first, he'd planned to steer clear of Stark, to avoid any deep entanglement that might ripple through the timelines he knew. Getting too close to Tony after he became Iron Man could trigger changes so vast they would rewrite entire futures. Yet the more Damien considered it, the more he saw that Tony's destiny was one of the strongest forces in the Marvel world, shaping events on a global scale. If Damien's theory held, convincing Stark to embrace the void and to join its ranks would flood him with immeasurable void energy. Still, if he wanted to spread the will of the void effectively, Damien realized this scheme would require a subtle shift in approach. He couldn't simply recruit Tony by force of argument. He'd need to speak with him directly once the armor was on, earn his trust, and awaken the void's influence from within. Only then could he hope to channel the tremendous power of Tony Stark's fate for the void's purposes. Damien knew he couldn't stay hidden forever. If the void's agenda was ever to reach beyond his secluded lair, he would have to step into the world, and do it under an identity strong enough to sway thousands. Opening a school and serving as its principal made perfect sense, a place of learning where the void's ideas could slide in beneath the radar of everyday life. Yet even the cleverest plan had its pitfalls. As soon as word spread of some new dark doctrine permeating the halls, the FBI would be sniffing around, ready to brand his movement a dangerous cult. Damien didn't particularly mind a government inquiry. The Bureau posed little threat he couldn't handle. His real concern lay on a far more exalted plane, the mystic warriors of the world, and even the gods of Asgard themselves. In the shadows of whispered legend, Asgard's deities kept a silent watch on mortal affairs. If the stirrings of the void grew loud enough, they could call down their champions. Perhaps even Odin, all-father of the 9 realms, might descend personally to quash this new threat. And to make matters bleaker, Damien still had no way of predicting what would happen to those who truly embraced the void. Would they gain uncanny powers, or be consumed by forces they could not hope to control? He needed answers, and fast, before the world and gods closed in on him. Now that the void's power can be wielded at will, it unmistakably ranks as true magic. That means Damien has painted a target on his back, especially from the Supreme Mage, known only as the Ancient One, the world's enforcer of magical law. With his current strength, Damien could slip into the void to defend himself, or make a hasty retreat if he ever crossed paths with Odin or the Ancient One, but victory would be impossible. If things went south, they would dog his every step, crushing any effort to spread the void's will and forcing him into permanent hiding. Only by evolving far enough to challenge the Ancient One or Odin on equal footing can Damien hope to move freely. So he has reluctantly abandoned his grand plan to found a school, recruit disciples en masse, and indoctrinate them in the void's creed. According to the system's directives, luring powerful beings or souls bound for great destinies yields far more void energy than untested novices. With that in mind, Damien has reshaped his goals. This is just the beginning. From the shadows, he will quietly cultivate a circle of key allies, one formidable recruit at a time, laying the groundwork for the Void's eventual rise. Damien had been weighing his next move for some time. Once he mastered the Voidwalker Kassadin template, granting him unrestricted travel between Blue Star and the farthest reaches of the cosmos, he could effortlessly establish a Void God cult and harvest Void energy on a massive scale. In fact, spreading the cult across multiple worlds would be child's play. Why? Damien was in no rush. Eternity lay before him. He could afford to wait. His plan called for striking only after dealing with two key obstacles, Odin and the Ancient One. Neither deity had many years left, and by delaying formal action until the timing was perfect, Damien would minimize resistance. Ideally, he'd lure them both into the void of faith, snuffing out their divine authority and folding their powers into his own. Still, he knew it might not be strictly necessary. The Ancient One was already preparing her successor. When Doctor Strange reached the height of his potential, he would be forced to make a final, sacrificial declaration of loyalty, cementing Strange's role as the new Sorcerer Supreme and leaving the astral sanctums defenseless. Odin, by contrast, was a war-hardened god king who had spent millennia conquering star systems and vanquishing cosmic threats. Toppling him would be far more challenging, but also far more rewarding. With these calculations made, Damien settled in to wait. When the moment arrived, the universe would tremble. Odin's pride was in a class by itself, nothing like the vanity you find in ordinary mortals. Damien allowed himself a grim satisfaction. Neither Odin nor the Ancient One had been permitted to anchor their faith in Asgard. Had they lingered longer, surviving even a few more years, he would have driven their evolution 1,000-fold, bending their immense power to his will. In the end, he was certain they would succumb, bowing before him and worshipping the void itself. It was a pity, though, that neither god would live long enough to see that day. Chapter 7. Life is like a drama. It all depends on your acting skills. Damien had made up his mind. This wasn't the moment to make any grand gestures. Instead of rushing into something he might regret, he chose a quieter path. Over the past few days, he'd simply wandered the city's underbelly, trading bits of valuable information to willing buyers. In the end, those modest deals netted him $10 million. Not a bad haul. Damien couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at his easy earnings. With his wallet now considerably heavier, he decided to reward himself. He slipped into the cool embrace of the manor's private pool and spent hours swimming laps. But this wasn't just leisure. It was training. Having undergone more than 200 evolutions, Damien's raw power was immense. A single careless strike could have shattered the pool's tile floor. In truth, he'd already torn through walls and furniture more than once whenever a new evolution left him momentarily incapable of reigning in his strength. That volatility was precisely why he refused to bring a permanent staff into the estate. Until he learned to wield his evolving powers flawlessly, the risk of an accidental outburst, one that might expose his true nature or jeopardize his carefully constructed identity, remained far too great. So for now, Damien would continue flying solo, perfecting both his abilities and his performance, because in this drama called life, the show must go on without a misstep. Damien lounged on the sunbed in the manor's courtyard, sipping freshly squeezed juice, sampling ripe fruits, and letting the spectacular dusk wash over him like a heady wine. Everything felt effortless, luxurious, life at its most indulgent. As night descended, he changed into a sharp suit and polished leather shoes, then climbed behind the wheel of his Ferrari convertible. After dinner, he planned to squeeze in his usual post-meal workout. But just as he steered out of the estate gates, a striking red-headed woman in a form-fitting leather jacket stepped into his path. It was Natasha, the Black Widow, whom he'd met only weeks before, and Damien froze, puzzled. Why would Natasha be here? Had his identity been compromised? He dismissed the thought immediately. He'd kept a low profile, no flashy stunts, routine travel, and nothing more dramatic than sampling new restaurants, a pastime he indulged in both for pleasure and for the evolution points it earned him. Yet now his Ferrari came to an abrupt halt at Natasha's determined blockade. Damien's fist cut through empty air. Natasha Sokolov had already slipped aside, effortless, silent, impossibly fast. He cursed under his breath. You crazy woman. She didn't even flinch. Instead, she shook her head and murmured, You're rough with porcelain. Before he could react again, Damien stomped on the brakes. The tires screamed, and the car skidded to a halt. He threw open the door and spun around to face her on the pavement, chest heaving with frustration. Natasha calmly produced a slim badge and held it up so the badge number caught the sun. Her cool, steady voice carried across the deserted road. Damien Ambalaka, I'm Agent Natasha Sokolov with the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. He scoffed. Never heard of you. What do you want? She stepped forward, arms folded. I'm not here to hurt you, but you're exactly who I need to talk to. Intelligence picked up a series of blue star anomalies, she explained. Some analysts even whisper that an alien death deity might be involved. Your name popped up in several reports, suggesting you could be a superpowered individual tied to these events. Damien's eyebrows shot up. Superpowered? That's a lot. I know it sounds unreal, Natasha said, meeting his gaze without wavering. But my mandate is clear. Verify any potential threats, and you fit the criteria. I opted to intercept you now, in the open. Meeting on neutral ground lets me run the necessary tests quickly and discreetly. He rubbed his jaw. The last thing he'd expect today was a covert agent standoff on an empty highway. Still, something in her tone, her certainty, made him pause. All right, he finally said, his voice steadying. Let's get this over with, but cross the line and I won't hold back. She offered him a curt nod. Fair enough, let's begin. Damien folded his arms and gave Natasha a cool, assessing look. Honestly, I've never even heard of the department you mentioned. Her expression stayed calm. Do you want to talk to me or not? Damien didn't know what she was up to, only that any normal person would react the same way he did. To him, the Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support Bureau might as well have been a fairy tale, a secret special ops outfit that handles the occult and other off-the-books threats. Most civilians had never even heard its name. He shrugged. Sorry if I sound rude, but I've got my own secrets too. Natasha's eyes flickered, and for a moment, Damien thought she'd back down. Instead, she uttered a quick apology and then drew her sidearm in one fluid motion, training the muzzle on him. Under the barrel's cold stare, Damien realized her real motive. She was testing whether he was truly an ordinary man. He raised an eyebrow. If you want answers, you don't have to point a gun at me. If you've got something to hide, then what's your price? Natasha challenged. Money? How much do you need? I can make it happen. Damien narrowed his eyes, lifted his hands in a mock gesture of surrender, and forced a conciliatory smile. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. Natasha saw Damien's expression shift, just enough to let her know he was racing through possibilities in his head. She nudged her finger closer to the trigger. Don't, she whispered. Damien's eyes went wide. He recoiled, curling in on himself, and hissed, Please, whatever you're planning, don't do it. He didn't resist. He knew all too well how deadly a single bullet could be, and he didn't believe Natasha had the nerve to pull the trigger. Bang, 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 3 deafening shots cracked through the night air. Damien spun around. Each shot had missed. He pressed trembling fingers to his chest, his voice barely a whisper. I'm not dead? Jesus, you crazy woman, he spat, his pulse thundering in his ears. What the hell was that? Natasha stood her ground, only the barrel of her pistol twitching in her hand. Damien stared at her for a long moment, anger warring with relief. Finally, he shook his head. Fine, you win. Go on. A flicker of disappointment passed over Natasha's face. She said nothing more, tucked her pistol away, and stepped aside. Without a backward glance, she melted into the shadowed trees beside the road. Natasha slipped into the woods and vanished from sight. Damien Ambalaka, however, wasn't about to wait. He slammed his foot down on the accelerator, revved the engine, and peeled away before she even had a chance to escape. Only after his car rounded the bend did Natasha emerge from the trees. She was absolutely certain Damien Ambalaka wasn't a superpowered operative. Anyone with real abilities would have instinctively reacted the moment a gun was drawn, dodging, shielding, or otherwise defending themselves. From start to finish, Damien had behaved exactly like an ordinary rich man. He never once threatened to call the police or the FBI. A true hero, or villain, would at least have bluffed some extraordinary countermeasure. Of course, it was possible he'd been playing a part, but if so, his performance had been unnervingly convincing. Leaving no trace behind, Natasha swung her leg over her motorcycle and roared off into the night. 30 minutes later, her phone buzzed. It was Nick Fury. What did you do to Damien Ambaraka? Damien Ambaraka had already shown up at the FBI field office by the time Fury's secure line lit up. He insisted he was there to arrest a so-called crazy woman, and every detail, his height, build, even the clothes he wore, matched the witness descriptions to a T. Natasha Romanoff flicked through the results on her tablet. I ran the most comprehensive biometrics and power signature screening protocols available, she reported. He's clean. No trace of superhuman abilities. Nick Fury's shoulders sagged in relief, tempered, of course, by disappointment. You're absolutely certain? Positive, Natasha replied, tapping her screen. There's no need to keep Ambaraka under surveillance. Understood, Fury nodded. You can withdraw that assignment. I'll handle this situation myself, Natasha said firmly. Fury allowed himself a small, wry smile. Natasha's analysis was beyond reproach, and far more reliable than hiring out to the so-called god of death. Anyone who answers to a price is no guarantee of loyalty when real danger strikes. For now, Ambaraka was just a man with a mission, and they knew exactly what he was capable of. Nothing more than a driven mortal. That alone was enough. At this early stage, they had no allies, and it would be foolhardy to rush into hunting for supers or heroes. Damien could only pray that everything went smoothly so he'd reach Blue Star before any hostile aliens arrived to wreak havoc. If he made it in time, he might even recruit a few willing heroes to defend the world. With that hope in mind, he sent off the fourth update, 10,000 words worth of plans and preparations. Chapter 8. Why is he here? Meanwhile, Damien eased out of the New York Police Department parking lot in his black convertible, a triumphant smile curving his lips. He'd poured a small fortune into maintaining this carefully crafted identity. The last thing he wanted was to tip off his heel and have them come knocking on his door. His daily routine hadn't really changed. He still roamed the city's cafes and eateries, sampling whatever caught his fancy while racking up precious evolution points. And once in a while, when a mission with the right level of intrigue popped up, he'd slip back into the role of the god of death and go to work. For now, though, he simply needed to wait for the next big opportunity and fully commit to the charade in the meantime. Rather than returning to his old manor, Damien headed instead to his secluded villa on the city's outskirts. He barely bothered to step outside. The moment he walked in, his phone buzzed with confirmation of an epic takeout order. Giant pepperoni pizzas, thick-cut pork chops, sizzling New York strip steaks, and more. Damien settled onto his plush sofa and started eating. With every bite of gooey pizza or perfectly seared meat, a translucent window flickered across his vision. Plus 50 evolution points, 300 evolution points, plus 1,200 evolution points. By nightfall, he devoured enough high-calorie fare to rival an entire food festival, and his evolution bar climbed steadily upward with each satisfied, indulgent bite. Damien leaned back in his chair, scrolling through his evolution point ledger. 1,000,000 points sounded impressive, until you realized how quickly they piled up in a hostile void environment. Creatures stranded in extreme conditions adapt at breakneck speed, their strength skyrocketing with every new mutation. Damien, however, saw no rush. Why push himself when he could sit back and watch the points accumulate naturally? He still had 9 years before the purple sweet potato spirit arrived, and even the plain act of eating would trigger multiple evolutions long before then. That wasn't his only contingency. When the time came, Damien planned to slip into Wakanda and absorb raw vibranium straight from the mines. The metallic taste made his stomach churn, but in exchange, he'd earn an astronomical evolution point bonus. After all, vibranium's unique properties only reveal themselves under the harshest conditions. It was the perfect way to turbocharge his development. In the meantime, Damien had settled into something of a domestic routine. He'd quietly liquidated his holdings in Stark Industries, converting his shares into cold hard cash. Between meals, he scrolled the dark web for any sign of Tony Stark. To Damien's surprise, a multi-million credit bounty on Iron Man had been posted, and almost immediately claimed. That single fact told him what he needed to know. Tony Stark was poised to reemerge, and the world would soon witness the return of Iron Man. Smirking, Damien tapped his fingers on the desk. Points, power, and an impending showdown with one of the planet's greatest heroes. This was shaping up to be an interesting decade. When Iron Man finally takes the field, New York will erupt into even greater chaos, officially kicking off Marvel's Phase 1. Damien knows he can't alter any of that. This moment is fixed, the fulcrum on which everything turns. If Tony Stark survives and has a change of heart, it will prove that this timeline belongs to the main universe. But if Stark falls, it will expose Damien's world as nothing more than a parallel branch. If it is the main universe, then when Damien unlocks his next template, he can prioritize a hero archetype, choosing, for example, Korgus the Void Terror or Cassidon the Void Walker, and inherit one of their powers to grow stronger. If his world proves to be a parallel offshoot, he'll instead work to win over key heroes, securing an early opportunity to unlock his template and reclaim his prophetic gifts. Either way, Damien is supremely confident that he will survive, evolve, and claim an invincible position for himself. All that remains is to watch how the Iron Man incident unfolds. Damien settled into an almost monastic routine, 5 gargantuan meals a day, each enough to feed hundreds, racking up evolutionary points with every bite. Once he'd eaten, he spent hours in the training chamber, running drills and lifting weights to master his burgeoning strength. A month into this homebound regimen, he'd quietly abandoned Nick Fury's plans for him. Before he even realized it, more than 3 months had slipped by. In that isolated stretch, Damien was evolving at an astonishing rate, roughly once a week, for a total of 18 new transformations. With his offensive power already fearsome, he decided it was time to shore up his defenses. He poured every earned point into his Void Skin ability, boosting it from 25 to 43 evolutions. The result was a body so durable that even the hardest blows barely left a mark. Eager to prove it, Damien made his way to the Pacific. There, without so much as a protective suit, he plunged deeper than any human could normally survive. As the crushing pressure of the ocean's abyss bore down on him, his evolved physiology held firm, silently declaring just how terrifyingly resilient he'd become. Through countless trials, Damien's body had learned to adapt, automatically evolving the ability to breathe underwater, 6 separate times in fact. Now sitting at 262 total evolutions, he couldn't help but notice that each of those 6 had yielded the same result: gills. Environment-driven mutations weren't choices he could steer, and that uncertainty was exactly why Damien was reluctant to push himself through endless testing. Sure, some adaptations turned out useful, but just as often they didn't, and every unwanted evolution inflated his total count, raising the evolution point cost for the powers he actually wanted. That evening, Damien lounged on his couch, a bowl of potato chips within reach, watching the nightly news. The anchor's voice droned on until a breaking news banner scrolled across the screen. Tony Stark, missing for over 3 months, has safely returned to New York. Damien straightened up, crunching a chip. The report continued. Stark Industries would hold a press conference within the hour to address Tony Stark's disappearance and his miraculous return. Damien watched the chaos unfolding on the newsfeed with a half smile, but he made no move to short Stark Industries stock. He planned to buy heavily once the price settled, and selling low now would only draw unwanted attention from the financial world. Instead, he tossed his bag into the passenger seat of his new Maserati and headed straight for Stark Industries headquarters. He wanted to see this press conference in person. If Tony Stark really was prepared to abandon weapons manufacturing, it would mark the beginning of a new era, one in which Earth might finally stand united enough to reach for the stars. The streets of New York were alive with sirens and the sharp crack of gunfire, broken glass tinkling like rain on the pavement. Damien barely flinched. Years behind the wheel had honed his reflexes and his ears to perfection. In a matter of minutes, he wove through the chaos and pulled up outside the gleaming tower. Stepping out, he drew immediate attention. Billionaires were always newsworthy, and Damien Ambalaka was no exception. A small cluster of reporters and camera crews surged forward. One journalist, badge gleaming with the logo of Origin Technology, pushed through and offered her hand. "Mr. Ambalaka, great to see you." Emily Chen, Origin Technology. Are you here for Mr. Stark's big announcement? Damien nodded, slipping on an easy smile. I wouldn't miss it for the world. He turned and strode toward the entrance, already anticipating what the next chapter of human history might bring, and how he could shape it. Damien Ambalaka stepped from his sleek sedan, surveying the entrance to Stark Industries' gala. A sharply dressed man in a dark suit and glasses approached him with a polite nod. Excuse me, sir. May I have a word? Of course, Damien replied, folding his arms. I gather you're here to see Tony Stark? That's right, Damien said with a casual smile. The man glanced around before lowering his voice. If you're considering an investment, you might want to refine your proposal first. When it's substantial enough, we'll be happy to discuss it. Damien chuckled softly. Understood, he said, then stepped through the doors into the grand hall. No sooner had he entered than a cluster of reporters surrounded him, cameras flashing. Mr. Ambalaka, have you come specifically to meet Tony Stark? You two must be close. Are you friends? You've never attended one of his exhibitions or banquets before, have you? Damien paused at the edge of the crowd, his tone measured. That's correct. I haven't met Mr. Stark in any formal capacity. He let the reporters absorb that, then added, but Stark's net worth dwarfs mine. I'd certainly like the opportunity to become better acquainted. Pen tips scratched across notepads. So does that mean you plan to invest in Stark Industries? Damien's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. At just 21 years old, he was already one of the world's youngest billionaires. With that, he slipped deeper into the event, leaving his intentions and the press to wonder what would come next. In just over 2 years, Damien Ambalaka has built a personal fortune in excess of $3 billion, a meteoric rise that New York's financial world can only describe as miraculous. And yet, for Damien, this staggering sum is just the beginning. Industry insiders are already speculating about his next move. Some even suggest he might take a stake in Stark Industries. When pressed for confirmation, Damien offered little more than a wry half-smile and a single, carefully measured phrase. It's possible. Maybe. That's all the questions for now, he added, closing his notebook and straightening his tie. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to watch the rest of the conference. By refusing to give a definitive answer, Damien ensured the reporters had nothing concrete to spin into tomorrow's headlines. In his world, one slip of the tongue is enough to ignite rumors that can unsettle markets or topple competitors. True, he could, and if he wished, would obliterate the careers of anyone who crossed him. But for now, he preferred to cultivate an air of mystery. After all, Damien Ambalaka isn't just another billionaire. He's the astonishing newcomer who, in less than 2 years, has reshaped the boundaries of wealth in New York, and he has no intention of slowing down. He couldn't afford to be careless, at least not under his current identity. An hour later, Damien stepped into the glittering reception hall where reporters jockeyed for position and a handful of celebrities milled about, posing for photographers. Not far from the entrance, Agent Phil Coulson was leaning close to Pepper Potts, his tone hushed but intense. Coulson wanted answers about Tony Stark's miraculous escape. Surrounded by the heavily armed 10 rings at their mountain stronghold, Stark had broken free with nothing worse than a bruised arm. It was the kind of feat no ordinary man could pull off. Why is he here? Coulson murmured, spotting Damien weaving through the press. Pepper glanced over her shoulder. The name Coulson had just uttered, Damien Ambalaka, sounded unfamiliar on his lips. Then she saw him, tall, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, striking features framed by dark hair. Damien Ambalaka moved with the calm confidence of someone used to command. Mr. Coulson, you seem surprised by his arrival, Pepper said, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Coulson turned to her, folding his arms. Potts, are Stark and Ambalaka friends? Pepper hesitated. I've met them both in passing, Agent, but I'm not sure there's more than a professional connection. Before Coulson could press further, Damien reached them. He offered a polite nod to Pepper, then to Coulson. Agent Coulson, Miss Potts, thank you for making time for me. Pepper managed a warm smile. Mr. Ambalaka, you're right on schedule. We were just discussing Mr. Stark. Damien's gaze flicked to Coulson. I understand there's been some confusion about his circumstances. If I may, I'd like to help clear things up. Coulson studied him for a moment, then nodded curtly. By all means. As Damien joined their little circle, he concealed the tension rippling beneath his composed exterior. In this room full of flashing cameras and whispered rumors, every word counted, and he intended to steer the conversation exactly where it needed to go. No, though Tony and I have both heard of him, I'm certain Tony's never met him, Pepper said, shaking her head without hesitation. She managed Tony Stark's calendar and knew every contact and appointment by heart. A meeting with Damien Ambalaka wasn't on any of her lists. Agent Coulson sighed and stepped back. Pressing further wouldn't yield anything useful. He melted into the periphery, leaving Pepper free to return to her duties. Damien, meanwhile, drifted into the crowd and found a vantage point about 10 meters from the raised platform in the center of the hall. Today's event would feature 3 new product unveilings, and this was the first. He couldn't afford to miss a moment. Chapter 9. Don't You Feel Heartbroken? Moments later, Tony Stark, his forearms caked in bandages, strode onto the stage, flanked by his ever-faithful bodyguard, Happy Hogan. Tony raised a gloved hand to quiet the restless crowd. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Sit down so you can all see me. He winced slightly, but spoke with his trademark swagger. Then, leaning into the microphone, he added with a half-smile. And remember, I can order you to do just about anything. The reporters and dignitaries exchanged amused glances, then promptly settled into their chairs. Tony stalked to the podium and scanned the room. His gaze paused on a lone figure, standing near the back. Damien Ambalaka. Tony didn't know him personally, but Damien's reputation preceded him. One of the few prominent Asian magnates in New York, Damien had built his fortune so quickly that some whispered it was nothing more than extraordinary luck. To Tony, that made him an interesting specimen, a rich man, certainly, but perhaps lacking in substance. Still, wealthy men rarely appeared at Stark events for idle sightseeing. Investment talks, partnership pitches, whatever his motive, Tony's cool stare made the question clear without words. Damien simply returned the gaze, offering a polite smile and a measured nod. The room fell silent once more, as Tony prepared to address the night's real business. Though everyone present knew perfectly well that the unspoken exchange between these 2 billionaires was the event's most intriguing storyline of all. Damien slipped into the back of the Grand Stark Industries auditorium just as Tony Stark took the stage. Under the bright spotlights, Tony looked every bit the billionaire playboy, except for the faint tremor in his right hand and the dark shadows under his eyes. The recent battle had left him wounded, both in body and mind, and the last thing he needed was more questions. Yet here he was, bracing himself for an official press conference. Tony cleared his throat and raised the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, before we open the floor to your questions, I have an announcement. He paused, scanning the sea of reporters. Damien watched the gears turn behind those sharp eyes, Stark's mind calculating the fallout before he even spoke the words. Effective immediately, Stark Industries will be winding down its weapons division. We've given this its due consideration, and our future lies elsewhere. The room erupted in stunned whispers. Cameras flashed. Reporters jostled for position, shouting questions. Damien felt a grin tug at his lips. He knew this scene all too well. To his left, a bald man in a tailored suit forced an encouraging smile. It was that same practiced expression he'd seen 100 times on TV, back when he still believed the Marvel Universe was just fiction. Watching Tony Stark stand firm amid the chaos, Damien's certainty soared. He'd traveled across realities, but there was no doubt now, this was the heart of the real Marvel Universe. And whatever came next, he was here to see it unfold. Tony Stark frowned as he watched Damien Ambalaka's reaction to the announcement. Stark Industries was about to shut down its weapons production division. Instead of outrage, or even shock, Damien looked genuinely pleased. Tony reminded himself that Damien had just poured over $500 million into Stark Industries stock. With the shares set to plummet, he should be furious. Yet there he stood, utterly calm, almost happy. Before Tony could make sense of it, Damien turned and started to walk away. Colonel Rhodes, he barked, urgency in his voice. Stop him. I need a word. James Rhodey Rhodes glanced at his friend, puzzled. Sir, who am I stopping? That man, Damien Ambalaka. Rhodey sprinted after Damien just as Agent Phil Coulson stepped forward to intercept him. Mr. Ambalaka, Coulson called, raising a hand in greeting. Damien paused and turned slowly, an inscrutable smile on his lips. Tony's questions hung in the air. Why wasn't Damien upset? And what did his unexpected reaction mean for the future of Stark Industries? Damien Ambalaka leaned against the warehouse wall, every muscle primed to bolt. A man in a sharply tailored suit approached, his pace unhurried, hands tucked into his coat pockets. The metal badge pinned above his heart caught the dim light. Special Agent Phil Coulson, Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Mr. Ambalaka, Coulson began with a polite smile. Special Agent Coulson, Eschdals. May I have a word? Damien's jaw clenched at the sound of that voice. He'd been in hiding ever since that crazy woman had turned his life upside down. And now Coulson was here, shadowing him again. I know who you are, Damien replied, voice low and steady. You and her? You're working together, right? You've been tracking me for weeks. Coulson halted a few feet away, raising both hands in a placating gesture. His cheeks flushed slightly. Damien caught the faint lines of worry around his eyes. Rumor was the FBI had been breathing down Coulson's neck, questioning his methods, and the agent clearly felt the pressure. Damien, please, Coulson said softly. He patted his chest, then his coat pockets and belt line, making it plain he carried no firearm. You've been on the run, and I can understand why you're wary, but I promise you, I'm not here to hurt you. I just need some information, nothing more. The warehouse floor creaked under Damien's boots as he shifted his weight. He knew that if he tried to slip away now, Coulson would chase him down or draw even darker conclusions. All right, Damien said at last, his voice wary but curious. I'll talk, but you tell me everything you know first and why you think I'm involved. Coulson's expression softened into a relieved nod. Fair enough. Let's start from the beginning. Damien Ambalaka froze at the iron gate as two figures emerged from the shadows. Agent Natasha Romanoff's voice was low and urgent. This isn't the place to talk. Agent Phil Coulson stepped forward. If you'll come with us somewhere a bit more private, somewhere you feel safe, with minimal witnesses, we can guarantee you won't be harmed. Not in the slightest. Damien's jaw clenched. He remembered their first attempt. Natasha had come on too strong, too quickly. He'd slipped away that day, determined never to be a test subject for the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D. again. But Coulson's calm sincerity tugged at him. He'd come back hoping for a more honest conversation. Before he could reply, a familiar voice cut through the night air. You look busy. Damien turned. Tony Stark strolled up the driveway, Rhodey at his side, though neither of them looked armed. Stark's grin was as infuriating as ever. I'm Tony Stark, he announced, tipping an imaginary hat. Damien Ambalaka, though this is our first face-to-face, I'm sure you've heard my name. I've heard yours. Coulson gave a discreet nod of encouragement. Natasha folded her arms, her expression unreadable. Stark held up a hand, half in apology, half in challenge. Shall we find a better place to talk? I promise it won't take long. Believe me, my time's valuable too. Damien stared at the three of them, two agents from a top-secret agency and the world's most famous playboy inventor. His heart hammered. Finally he exhaled. Fine, he said, but one wrong move, and I walk. Understood, Coulson replied. Let's go somewhere more comfortable. As Damien led them down a moonlit alley toward a waiting black SUV, he wondered whether tonight he'd finally learn what they really wanted, and whether he had the power to walk away, once and for all. Damien hesitated only for a heartbeat before nodding. All right. Tony Stark inclined his head once, then turned on his heel and strode out of the crowded auditorium. Damien and Agent Coulson followed him down the corridor to a small anteroom just off the press conference stage. Stark lifted the lid of a polished carafe and poured himself a glass of water. He regarded Damien coolly. Mr. Ambalaka, over the past 2 years you've quietly bought some of our Stark Industries shares. At today's market price, that's about $1 billion. Damien stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expression unreadable. Stark continued, You've been picking up those stocks knowing you'd turn a profit, buy low, sell high. But with the news I dropped today, your position is going to take a serious hit. He sipped his water, then set the glass down. You're about to lose hundreds of millions, and yet you don't look angry. You don't even look worried. In fact, you almost look pleased. Doesn't it trouble you that your fortune is about to plummet? Damien's lips curved in the faintest of smiles. He met Stark's gaze evenly. "Not at all," he replied. "In fact, I'm more interested in what comes next." Damien couldn't fathom how anyone could casually slash such a massive fortune in half. Most people wouldn't survive. The sudden swing could wipe them out completely. "This is my second update. I'd welcome any recommendations. Please take a look." Chapter 10. Who Are You? The room fell silent the moment Tony Stark announced, "I'm shutting down weapons production." Agent Phil Coulson, standing at Stark's side, felt his heart skip a beat. The Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau had been watching Damien Ambalaka closely. His market predictions were disturbingly accurate, almost prophetic. Damien had never been wrong. If he had stumbled once, the Bureau would have moved on, but he hadn't. And now Stark's declaration threatened to send the company's stock into a free fall. Damien lifted an eyebrow and offered his trademark easy grin. "Why the long faces?" Tony frowned. "Didn't you hear me? I'm getting out of the weapons business." "Exactly," Damien said cheerfully, "which is why I sold every share of Stark Industries 2 months ago." Stark gaped. Coulson whipped out his tablet and tapped a few times. "Show me," he muttered, and then stared in disbelief. Damien had quietly unloaded $1.13 billion worth of Stark stock in staggered transactions at peak prices, all completed just before Stark's bombshell announcement. "You sold out in advance?" Stark's voice was flat with incredulity. Damien shrugged, calm as ever. "Call it foresight, or call it good timing. Either way, today's news sent the stock plummeting and confirmed I made the right move." Coulson swallowed hard, lowering the tablet. He met Damien's steady gaze and asked the question that had been burning in his mind. "Who are you, really?" Damien's grin grew just a fraction wider. "Someone who sees the future a bit more clearly than most." And with that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Tony Stark and Agent Coulson to wonder if they'd just crossed paths with the smartest man in the room, or something altogether more extraordinary. Before Tony Stark's announcement that he would abandon weapons manufacturing, Stark Industries stock had been climbing almost without pause. In fact, buying and holding Stark shares was a guaranteed win. Money simply piled up day after day. Yet Damien Ambalaka walked away from that sure thing. By selling out at precisely the right moment, he'd walked away with well over $300 million in profit. Agent Coulson stared at Damien in disbelief. Who was this guy? Did he have inside information, uncanny foresight, or some kind of superpower? Damien just grinned. "I'd made plenty over the past year. Dividends, capital gains, you name it. I figured I'd cashed in enough chips, so I sold." Stark's brow lifted as he looked from Coulson to Damien. He noted the younger man's easy confidence, the same man he'd quietly researched only moments before. Hearing Damien shrug off the windfall so casually, watching him practically glow with contentment, Tony couldn't decide what surprised him more, the profits or the indifference. Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowed, watching Damien Ambalaka with barely concealed irritation. "If you hadn't abruptly halted weapons production today," he said, "Stark Industries stock would still be climbing. Most people would have just kept buying, expecting it to go higher and higher, but in the end, Damien Ambalaka might have skipped town with their money." Damien didn't flinch. In fact, a faint smile curved his lips. "No wonder everyone else is panicking," Tony pressed on. "You don't seem worried at all. In fact, you almost look pleased." Tony folded his arms. "But tell me, how long do you think your lucky streak is going to last?" There it was, the skepticism Tony couldn't hide. To him, Damien's meteoric rise was nothing more than blind fortune. Damien chuckled softly. "Tony Stark, ever the charmer," he replied. "In terms of wealth, I'm still a long way behind you. In terms of smarts, you've got the genius scientist thing locked down. Call my success shit luck if it makes you feel better, but luck or no luck, I'm still making money, aren't I?" He shrugged, still smiling, as if the outcome were already written in his favor. Tony just stared back, not convinced. But Damien clearly wasn't going anywhere. Tony Stark glanced across the stage at Damien Ambalaka, his smile unusually bright for someone who'd spent the last few months off the grid. "So, what brings you to my press conference today? Showing off your clairvoyance?" Agent Phil Coulson, standing just off to the side, caught Damien's eye with a curious look. Neither of them had expected him to show up at a formal event, least of all one hosted by Stark himself. Damien leaned forward, still grinning. Me? Flaunting foresight? That's not it. Stark arched an eyebrow. Then why? You've been MIA for months. I figured you'd drop by just to see what I'm up to. Partly true, Damien admitted. He paused, scanning the room full of reporters and blinking cameras. But mostly, I wanted to ask, where did you just return from? Stark laughed, a sharp edge to it. Why do you care? Think of it as reconnaissance, Damien replied lightly. It'll come in handy when I pick my next hideout. With a half smile, Damien let the question hang, then shook his head and spoke quietly. Afghanistan. At the name, Stark's smirk faded. Afghanistan? He stepped off the platform and strode toward Damien, genuine surprise in his voice. You actually went there? That's not exactly a vacation spot. That's terrorist country. Damien's confident expression flickered. He met Stark's gaze steadily, but even he seemed taken aback at the reminder of how far he'd gone and what he'd seen. Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, eyes gleaming with amusement. Even if I hadn't told you, you still wouldn't be able to get in. Damien's brow furrowed. Stark pressed on. Your empire is limited to run-of-the-mill real estate and stock trades. You've never invented anything groundbreaking to really boost your net worth. For a moment, Damien looked taken aback. Stark's words were harsh, but they struck at the heart of his current limitations. Then Stark softened his tone. Now it's just property in the market, but that won't always be the case. I wouldn't be surprised if one day you come knocking, asking for my help. Damien chuckled, unfazed by the edge in Stark's voice. Could I really ask that of you? Stark's eyebrows shot up in mock outrage. No way, absolutely not. He paused, studying Damien with a critical look before breaking into a genuine laugh. I'm kidding. You're a genius, someone who could turn the world upside down with new technology again and again. A playful grin spread across Damien's face. He tapped his chest confidently. So anything is possible? Coulson wasn't the least bit surprised by talk of advanced technology. Tony Stark's reputation as a genius was, after all, global. What startled him was Tony's reaction when Damien stepped into the workshop and casually referenced the MERV reactor powering Stark's chest armor. Aside from the late Ethan and Colonel Rhodes, no one should have known about that reactor, and Coulson was certain Rhodes had never met Damien Ambalaka. How, then, could Damien possibly be aware of it? Tony's eyes narrowed to slits. He straightened, gaze locked on Damien. Who are you exactly? Damien met his stare evenly. Damien Ambalaka, he said, tone neutral but confident. Consider me someone you'll want to remember. Lucky guy, huh? Tony's voice was low, almost a growl. He took a step forward but didn't break eye contact. That reactor in my chest, there are only 2 people who know about it. Neither of them's you. Damien gave a faint, polite nod, as if acknowledging a point of procedure rather than a confrontation. I'm sure we'll meet again. For now, let's call this conversation concluded. Before Tony could press further, Damien turned on his heel and strode out of the lab. Coulson hesitated only a heartbeat before following. He had no idea what tidbit Damien had unearthed to make Stark so defensive, but he refused to let this mysterious newcomer slip through his fingers. Mr. Ambalaka, Coulson called, falling into step beside him. Wait up. We need to talk. Outside the workshop's sliding doors, the afternoon sun fell across the tarmac. Lightning jets Ested silently nearby. Coulson watched Damien's back, wondering exactly how deep this rabbit hole went, and just what secrets Damien Ambalaka really carried with him. Agent Phil Coulson of the Homeland Strategic Defense Offense and Logistics Support Agency stepped into Tony Stark's workshop and inclined his head politely. Mr. Stark, I'm Agent Coulson. I'd like to speak with you about your recent escape from Afghanistan. Stark set down the arc reactor component he'd been examining and gave Coulson a wry look. Sounds riveting, but I'm in the middle of something. Why don't you leave your card, and we'll talk when I'm less distracted? Coulson nodded, placed a simple white card on the cluttered workbench, and quietly withdrew, heading straight for Damien Ambalaka, who just slipped out the back door. Stark watched the pair disappear into the night, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Damien remained an enigma, silent, careful, always one step ahead. But Stark now knew that Obadiah Stane was hunting the young man, too. Leaning back in his chair, Stark let his mind race over the possibilities. He'd need to have a word with Obadiah himself, and soon. Chapter 11, Damien's Demeanor. Damien Ambalaka slipped out of the press conference hall under the late afternoon sky and made his way to the waiting luxury sedan. He paused at the rear door just long enough for Agent Coulson, ever the punctual official, to catch up. Without a word of greeting, Coulson flung open the door and slid into the back seat. Damien eased into the driver's seat, closed the door, and adjusted his mirror. He spared Coulson a glance in the passenger side reflection. "Let's go somewhere private," he said, his tone cool. "I want to hear exactly what you have to say." The engine purred to life, and Damien steered out of the lot toward his estate on the outskirts of the city. Tall hedges and wrought iron gates loomed up on either side of the drive as they drew near, the only witnesses to their conversation. After a few moments of quiet, Damien turned onto a less traveled lane and asked, "So, Agent Coulson, what is it you want with me?" Coulson sat forward, his face earnest. "Mr. Ambalaka, I'm with the Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, HSDALSB for short. We're a specialized task force under the International Security Council charged with investigating and responding to unusual phenomena." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "First, let me assure you we harbor no ill intent toward high-net-worth citizens such as yourself. Quite the contrary. But your rapid ascent in both business and influence has drawn our attention. We suspect you may possess abilities beyond the ordinary." Damien's grip on the steering wheel loosened, though his expression remained unreadable. "Abilities?" he echoed. Coulson nodded. "Given the smoothness of your rise and the odd patterns we've observed, it's our assessment that you might have superhuman gifts. We'd like to discuss the possibility of you joining our bureau. With your talents, you could make a real difference for Blue Star." The words hung between them as Damien drove through the grand gates of his manor. The sprawling lawns and stately columns of the main house came into view, bathed in warm light. Inside, secrets waited in the shadows. But for now, Damien's next move would determine whether he remained a lone operator or stepped into a wider world he could scarcely imagine. Damien folded his arms, eyes flashing with indignation. "So let me get this straight. You had no real evidence that I've got superpowers, yet you sent Black Widow in to test me?" Agent Phil Coulson stiffened, but managed a calm nod. "We thought it prudent to verify your abilities. She had orders to be cautious. Or was it the shoot first, ask questions later approach?" Damien shot back. "Frankly, it's not the best way to win me over." He narrowed his eyes at Coulson's overly friendly expression. The flash of red hair, the swift kicks, Natasha Romanoff's visit had left him rattled more than impressed. "She treated me like a lab rat," he continued. "Anxious, unprofessional. If she really believed I was dangerous, why didn't she just—" "Look, Damien," Coulson interrupted, holding up a placating hand. He swallowed, choosing his words carefully. "I understand why you're upset. Natasha did let things get a bit out of hand. She was on edge after everything you've been through, and she gave you quite a scare." "But she didn't hurt me," Damien countered, though his tone softened slightly. "No, she didn't," Coulson agreed, relief flickering across his face. "And I apologize for the rough welcome. It wasn't how we should have introduced ourselves." Damien studied him for a long moment, weighing the sincerity in Coulson's eyes. He'd heard stories about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tactics and about Agent Romanoff's ruthless efficiency, but the truth, it turned out, was messier than rumor. Coulson cleared his throat. "You're not just another bystander, Damien. You've built a reputation for yourself over the past 2 years, investment portfolios worth billions, strategic partnerships. You've got vision. What I'm trying to say is, even if you're not gifted, you're important to us, and we'd like you on our side." Damien uncrossed his arms, but he didn't smile. Instead, he exhaled slowly, weighing his next move. Agent Coulson's tone was sincere, and what he proposed intrigued him. But trust, once broken, was hard to mend. All around them, the sleek corridors of the helicarrier hummed with activity. In the air hung the unspoken question, could a man with power on the stock market find a place among legends? Damien had spent years forging his own path. This was just another crossroads, and he intended to choose carefully. She didn't hurt me, but she terrified me so badly I didn't have the nerve to leave home for days. Damien's features softened at the memory, though a flicker of resentment still lingered in his eyes. Across the table, Agent Pierce looked genuinely ashamed. "Mr. Ambalaka, I'm truly sorry for everything you went through." Nearby, Coulson gave Natasha Romanoff a solemn nod. "Your commitment to Blue Star is admirable, so long as your original intentions remain genuine and you aren't being used as a political pawn." He turned back to Damien. "But let's be honest, your department was set up by the International Security Council. They've had their hands on it from day one. You can't act entirely on your own, can you?" Damien met his gaze calmly. "I'm just an ordinary citizen with enough money to pay my own bills. I don't want to play anyone's game, so please, leave me out of it." He stood and strode to the door. "If there ever comes a time when I genuinely need your help and you're still sincere, then I'll be grateful. But that day is not today." With that, Damien slipped behind the wheel, started the engine, and drove away, firmly putting distance between himself and the hidden world of Blue Star. Damien could take on paid assignments, but joining the Avengers and answering to their chain of command was absolutely out of the question. He answered only to himself. If anyone wanted to issue him orders, they'd first have to prove themselves his equal. Neither Hydra's rogue S-Shield faction nor American politicians came close to that standard. Public condemnation meant nothing to him either. Revealing his true identity now would only jeopardize the comfortable life he'd built and slow the pace of his own evolution. That was why he stayed hidden, until S-Shield stepped over the line and forced his hand. In response, he taught both the agency and the U.S. government a lesson they wouldn't forget. The car came to a stop. Sitting across from him, Agent Phil Coulson absorbed Damien's dismissal of political authority and his insistence on total autonomy. Coulson couldn't deny the truth of those words. "I understand," Coulson said at last, his voice a mix of deference and regret. "Thank you, Mr. Ambalaka, for taking the time out of your schedule to share your thoughts with me." He fell silent, a look of apology crossing his face. Then Coulson opened the car door and stepped out. Though the meeting had been decidedly unpleasant, Coulson left absolutely certain of Damien Ambalaka's position. He still couldn't say whether Damien possessed any superhuman abilities, but his resolve was unmistakable. Powered or not, he would never join their ranks. For all the lofty ideals behind the newly established Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack and Logistics Support Agency, it remained inevitably subject to political influence, an unavoidable obstacle when recruiting extraordinary individuals. All they could do was downplay those ties. After watching Coulson step from the car with a knowing look, Damien simply drove off without a word. Coulson, meanwhile, tapped out a quick message requesting another pickup. Heading straight to Tony Stark now would be reckless. Stark Industries was teetering on a stock plunge, and any association at this moment could spell even more trouble for Tony. Damien didn't intend to mention his recent contact with Agent Ambalaka, reporting it would only stir up trouble at headquarters. Thanks to Director Coulson's approval, he was free to slip away and return to the Rand Manor he'd abandoned for months. Housekeepers visited every week, so not a speck of dust had gathered in his absence. Pushing open the heavy front doors, Damien stepped into the hushed foyer. He tapped the remote on the sideboard, and the living room TV came to life. Every channel was ablaze with Stark Industries news. Commentators labeled Tony Stark reckless, and late-night hosts spun sensational tales about volatile stocks and market crashes. The biggest bombshell, of course, was Stark's own announcement. He was halting all weapons production. Damien pulled out his tablet and checked the market. Sure enough, Stark Industries shares were plunging, green tickers flashing across the screen. Retail investors were dumping stock by the thousands. Even some of the larger stakeholders were rushing to sell before the bottom dropped out. He leaned back on the leather sofa, brows furrowed. Stark's move would reshape the industry, and not necessarily for the better. In a world built on military contracts and defense budgets, walking away from arms manufacturing was as risky as it was bold. Damien wondered how quickly his old contacts would react, and what this upheaval would mean for the department's next mission. For now, though, he had a quiet mansion and a market in chaos to keep him company. Damien sat in the glow of his trading screen late into the night, and that watching the numbers slide. He could almost feel the value of his holdings plummeting in real time, and he knew exactly why. Tony Stark was about to unveil a sweeping overhaul of the energy sector, and once the results were in, stock prices would surge. But this temporary downturn was just the opening move. Now wasn't the moment to go all in. He'd wait, study the trends, time the market, and then pounce when the price hit rock bottom. This is the first of 3 updates today. Stay tuned for the next installment. Chapter 12, Tony's Investigation. Damien knew there was no way Tony Stark, arrogant, self-assured genius that he was, would accept the existence of the void at face value. If Tony was ever to believe in something so far beyond his experience, Damien would first have to lay the groundwork and wait for the perfect opening. But the moment hadn't come yet. Stark still hadn't publicly acknowledged that he was Iron Man, and rushing him now could jeopardize everything. Damien recalled how close Tony had come to disaster when he first realized the arc reactor in his chest was poisoning him. At that point, Stark needed a full, healthy body more than anything. It was only thanks to the secret journals Howard Stark left behind, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s discovery of them, that Tony managed to synthesize a new element and pull himself back from the brink. Undoubtedly, that narrow escape was the ideal moment for Damien to influence him, but Damien had not been ready then. The crisis passed, and Tony's health stabilized, postponing Damien's chance. Now, Damien simply had to wait. He'd been scheming ever since he'd awakened in this world, an adult's mind trapped in a stranger's life, and he wasn't about to let impatience ruin his plans. Growing up in an orphanage as the only Asian boy subjected him to constant ridicule, teaching him to be patient, resourceful, and unafraid of playing the long game. He'd learned to hide his true strength behind a quiet exterior. The diaries, the Stark legacy, the subtle nudges, everything was in place. All he needed was time, and Damien was ready to be patient. Damien had the soul of an adult from his previous life, so when his classmates shunned him, he simply shrugged it off and focused on adapting to his new world. He'd even mapped out a backup plan for himself. If he was destined to remain ordinary this time around, he would find a way to secure his future before 2011 came and went. After all, everyone in the Marvel Universe knew the old maxim, the rich lean on technology, the poor on mutation. Damien didn't have Stark-level capital or a genius IQ to spare, and the idea of a dangerous mutation, one wrong move, and it could kill you, made him nervous. His solution was as straightforward as it was bold. He'd take out a loan, funnel every bit of his savings into Stark Industries stock at just the right moment, and ride the company's explosive growth. If he could double his net worth, he wouldn't become one of the ultra-wealthy, but he'd have more than enough to live comfortably and secure his place in this world. Then came the sudden awakening of the mysterious system, which upended every plan Damien had made. Even so, he didn't panic. He'd faced ostracism and uncertainty before. Whatever this system threw at him, he would meet it with the same calm determination. Chapter 7, The Prodigy Under Scrutiny. Damien had another urgent task ahead of him, to unlock as much capital as possible by mortgaging every property he owned, luxury condos, office towers, even undeveloped land. It was a drastic measure, but he needed the funds fast. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane sat in Tony's private conference room, piecing together every scrap of information they'd heard about this enigmatic engineer named Damien Ambalaka. Rumors of a self-built arc reactor had circulated for weeks, but nobody knew where Damien had come from or how he'd achieved such a feat. As soon as their meeting ended, Tony hurried back to Stark Manor. He strode straight into the underground workshop, where the soft hum of machinery and holographic displays greeted him. "Jarvis," he called, pausing beside the central holo console. "I need a complete dossier on Damien Ambalaka. Everything we've got, public records, financials, academic history, patents, even classified intel. Pull it all." "Certainly, sir," replied the familiar synthesized voice. Within moments, Jarvis projected a flood of data across the lab's wide screens. Birth certificates, property deeds, patent applications, even leaked research papers. Financial ledgers detailed a meteoric rise, scholarship awards at an early age, scientific accolades in his teens, then a sudden, unexplained disappearance from the public eye after announcing plans for his own reactor design. Tony leaned in, scrolling through the holographic files. His jaw tightened. "He really was a child prodigy," he muttered, "but who exactly is Damien Ambalaka, really?" That was the question Tony intended to answer, and fast. Damien Ambalaka's rise reads like the stuff of legend. Even at a public school serving the city's poorest kids, he repeatedly skipped grades. By 15, he'd won admission to MIT. By graduation, he stood at the top of his class, summa cum laude. In Tony Stark's eyes, Damien was nothing short of a prodigy, yet his working-class roots left him awkward among peers. Brilliant though he was, he rarely spoke, rarely socialized, a loner by necessity as much as temperament. Then, nearly 3 years ago, everything changed. On a whim, 18-year-old Damien bought a lottery ticket and won. That single victory set his extraordinary ascent in motion. Since then, New York's financial and high society circles have buzzed with tales of his success. From the first daring investments he made with his windfall to the latest boardroom maneuvers that dominate headlines, Damien's every move has been scrutinized. Tony Stark, far from dismissing him as just another rich amateur, has been studying Damien's strategies with intense curiosity, eager to understand how this once reserved genius turned a stroke of luck into the most talked-about rise in the city. About 18 months ago, Damien Ambalaka began quietly acquiring Stark Industries stock. Over that period, he invested more than $800 million, a clear vote of confidence in Tony's company. What most people didn't know, but what Tony Stark has just discovered, is that Damien began selling off his shares in small batches more than 2 months ago. Tony stared at the trading records in disbelief. In just over a year, Damien had invested $800 million, reaped regular dividends, and even profited handsomely from Yu Gaofeng's unexpected exit. His net gain easily reached into the hundreds of millions, and he'd done it with almost no effort, simply by backing companies he believed in. Yet after all that, Damien had chosen to divest from Stark Industries entirely. Tony couldn't understand why a man who once championed his company so enthusiastically would abandon it without warning. No one believed Damien Ambalaki's claim that he'd sold his Stark Industries shares simply because he'd made enough money. In fact, his decision to abandon weapons development and change careers was known only to him. Not even Pepper Potts, his closest confidant, learned of it until the press conference. Had the Afghanistan incident never occurred, Stark's stock price would have remained steady. Instead, Damien quietly unloaded his holdings and slipped away just before the shares plummeted. People don't sell large, high-performing stocks on a whim. Such a move demands careful planning and solid reasoning. Even if Damien had decided to liquidate during his 2-month disappearance, no one would have batted an eye. After all, in those same 8 weeks, many shareholders dumped every share they owned. Though others tried to buy in, the price only flat-lined. It never rebounded. What really set Damien apart was his timing. He completed the sale mere hours before boarding the flight to Afghanistan and vanished from the public eye. By the time word of his disappearance spread, the market had already begun to collapse. Only then did the world realize that Damien Ambalaki wasn't just stepping away from weapons development. He'd orchestrated one of the most precise stock moves in recent memory. Pepper, analysts, even the media scrambled to piece together his motives, but Damien was long gone. And with him went the certainty that Stark Industries would ever be the same. Even after Damien Ambalaka vanished at the height of his career, his breakthrough technology continued to be released in phased batches, an odd decision, given that he'd never shown more than a passing interest in military or state affairs. That very fact frustrated Tony Stark. Rumor had it Damien possessed some kind of prophetic gift, but to a man whose faith lay squarely in science and engineering, such claims were absurd. "Jarvis, pull up every news report on Stark Industries from January through July of this year," Tony said without preamble. "As you wish, sir." Within moments, Jarvis assembled the archive. Tony sat back, chin in hand, and scrolled through headline after headline. To his surprise, the evaluations were overwhelmingly positive. Apart from a handful of long-past controversies, faulty weapons contracts, and the disasters they caused, nothing had dented the company's reputation. Even the boardroom's quiet grumblings and those isolated incidents of shareholder dissent had failed to shake the stock price. Stark Industries remained unassailable. As long as Stark Industries' weapons technology remained unbeaten, its armaments would always carry enormous value. The more Tony Stark looked into Damien Ambalaka's background, the more he realized this man was no ordinary tycoon. "Jarvis, tally up Damien Ambalaka's net worth," Tony said, leaning back in his chair. "Include his stake in Stark Industries and all his personal holdings." "Certainly, sir," the AI responded. A moment later, "I've aggregated his bank balances, real estate, and land assets. Excluding fractional amounts, his total wealth stands at approximately $4.827 billion. Tony couldn't hide his surprise. In under 3 years, Damien had transformed an initial capital of just over $4 million into nearly $5 billion. That was nothing short of remarkable. "There's more," Jarvis continued. "Ambalaka's business model dispenses with traditional salaries. Every profit dollar goes directly to individual contributors." Tony stood and began pacing his workshop floor, eyes drawn to the prototype artillery piece looming behind him. Damien Ambalaka wasn't just rich. He'd rewritten the rules of enterprise. It was a bold move, and one Tony intended to study closely. Damien Ambalaka is only 21 years old. He'll turn 22 in just a few months. Still at the very start of his life and career, he already bears the promise of greatness. Tony Stark knows better than most that life seldom hands out easy victories. He'd hoped this moment would be Damien's crowning achievement, but fate had other plans. When Stark Industries' stock suddenly plunged, Damien proved fortunate enough to escape unscathed. Rather than signaling the end of his rise, it only underscored that his legendary journey is far from over, and may, in fact, be poised to soar. Earlier today, Damien had confided in Tony that one day he might come to him with a request. The admiration Tony once felt for the young man faded instantly. No matter how dire his own circumstances grew, he vowed he would never lean on Damien's goodwill. Stark Industries would weather this storm. Tony would see to it himself. If ever he did need help, he would find another way, just never through Damien Ambalaka. "Jarvis," Tony said, swiveling back to his console, "keep a close watch on Damien Ambalaka. If he makes any significant moves, alert me immediately." "Of course, sir," the AI responded. Chapter 13. Unfathomable Motives. Tony Stark had long entertained a troubling thought. Damien Ambalaka might be behind his kidnap, and that would explain how someone could so quickly discover the secret of the arc reactor. But according to Jarvis's comprehensive records, Damien's life was anything but that of a shadowy mastermind. By day and night, Damien indulged in every excess: fine dining, exotic travel, and fleeting romances with any woman who caught his eye. He collected opulent mansions like trophies, but rarely left American soil. 95% of his life was spent in the States. Behind the wheel of his high-performance cars, he moonlighted as an amateur street racer, delighting in near-reckless speed. Despite all this flamboyance, Damien had never shown the slightest interest in Tony Stark. No invitations to dinners, no exhibitions, not even a casual meeting until that fateful night. There was simply no record of a grudge between them, no motive for kidnapping. Even more perplexing was Damien's covert trip to Afghanistan, an excursion so clandestine it left no digital trail. Everything about Damien Ambalaka's profile screamed playboy entrepreneur, not professional abductor. Yet none of that explained why Tony had been so meticulously lured into captivity. The inconsistency gnawed at Stark. If Damien wasn't the culprit, who was? And if he was, what dark purpose lay behind a young man so evidently driven to live only for pleasure? Tony frowned at the glowing data feeds. In the world of high-tech subterfuge, nothing was ever as it seemed, and it was time to dig deeper. Because this had been a joint military exercise to test-fire his latest weapon, no one outside the armed forces and his inner circle knew Tony Stark's schedule. That level of secrecy is exactly why, when he reviewed all of Damien Ambalaka's movements, he immediately ruled Damien out as the mastermind behind the leak. Yet the fact that someone, unknown and unseen, had detailed knowledge of his itinerary was more than unsettling. Tony didn't know how Damien had discovered the arc reactor project, but he knew what he had to do next: throw himself into designing a new, improved reactor. The original prototype, assembled under fire in Afghanistan, had kept him alive but was far from perfect. In the controlled chaos of a battlefield, compromises were inevitable. Now, with the reactor's miniature power cell literally sustaining his life, perfection wasn't optional, it was vital. So Tony Stark disappeared into his lab and didn't emerge. He He refined circuit layouts, reworked containment fields, experimented with exotic alloys, anything to boost efficiency and reliability. He barely slept, driven by the knowledge that every second counted. By the following afternoon, the world saw the fallout in stark numbers. Stark Industries stock plummeted more than 30 points overnight, not yet hitting a bottom, but signaling that investors were growing worried. Inside the lab, though, Tony barely noticed. His focus remained fixed on the glowing ring in his chest and the promise of a flawless new arc reactor. The market value of Stark Industries has collapsed by a full third, wiping out fortunes and leaving investors reeling. Everywhere you look, the headlines accuse Tony Stark of sheer stupidity. Even the once-admired playboy of New York finds himself the target of scorn. Friends and strangers alike wonder how he could make such a disastrously bad call. Tony, however, remains unfazed. Having completed an upgrade to the arc reactor, he tasks Pepperpotts with installing the improvements. Then he heads straight for the U.S. Air Force Base to see his only remaining ally, Colonel James Rhodes. Tony has come to trust no one else but Pepper and Rhodes, yet Rhodes refuses to work with him on this project. Frustrated but undeterred, Tony returns home to begin construction on the Mark II suit in secret. 11 days pass in a blur of late nights and welded circuits. By the end of that stretch, Tony's Mark II is not only built, but has also completed its first test flight. Satisfied with its performance, he turns his attention to the next challenge, selecting the perfect color scheme for the Mark III. Tony Stark paused mid-inspection of the Mark II prototype when Jarvis's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Sir, I'm detecting significant financial activity from Damien Ambalaka. Would you like a report?" Jarvis asked. Tony frowned. He'd been so absorbed in the test flight, he'd almost forgotten his own request to monitor Ambalaka. "Yes, Jarvis, go ahead. What's he up to now?" "Today," Jarvis began, "Ambalaka mortgaged over half of his real estate holdings, raising approximately $3.55 billion. He's just used those funds to purchase a large block of shares in Stark Industries." Tony's interest sharpened. "Is he trying to take control?" "Not yet," Jarvis replied. "With his current stake, Ambalaka has no voting rights, but he does qualify to attend board meetings as an observer. He'll gain insight into our future strategic plans and have unrestricted access to all non-classified areas of Stark facilities." Tony rubbed his chin, the glow of the workshop lights reflecting off the Mark II's polished armor. The thrill of a successful test flight was already fading, replaced by a creeping concern. The man he'd kept an eye on was positioning himself right inside Stark Industries. Tony Stark sat back in his swivel chair, staring at the flashing ticker on his monitor. He'd half expected today's bombshell, but when he learned that Damien Ambalaka had actually pulled it off, he felt a jolt of both surprise and suspicion. "What's his angle this time?" Tony muttered under his breath. Stark Industries was still reeling from his last gambit, which had sent the stock tumbling 40 points. Investors had panicked and fled, and only a last-minute intervention by Obadiah Stane and the board had stemmed the losses. Now, desperate to reclaim the company's former glory, Tony had been planning a dramatic pivot into the clean energy sector, harnessing the arc reactor's potential to build a business every bit as formidable as Stark's weapons division. But before he could announce that transformation, Damien Ambalaka had quietly executed a massive purchase of Stark shares, sending the price soaring once more. On the surface, it looked like a vote of confidence, yet Tony's instincts told him otherwise. The circumstances surrounding Damien's involvement in last year's kidnapping still smelled of foul play. Determined not to be blindsided again, Tony opened a file on his computer. It was time to find out whether Damien's sudden investment was a clever market move or part of a far more dangerous game. Tony Stark's decision to pivot Stark Industries into the energy sector existed only in his own mind. He hadn't told a soul, not even Pepper. No whisper of it had leaked out, yet Damien Ambalaka's behavior suggested otherwise. When Stark Industries was at its peak and everyone expected nothing but triumph, Damien quietly cashed out, walking away with a small fortune. Now that the company was in a slump and the world had turned its back, Damien was pouring in even more capital, snapping up shares as though he knew something no one else did. It was as if he could read Tony's thoughts, and the notion both unnerved and infuriated Tony beyond reason. Yawning despite himself, Tony glanced up at the news ticker streaming across the lab's holo displays. He stopped cold. A headline flashed. Stark Industries' annual charity gala reports on his concussion. "Jarvis," he said, pushing away from his workbench, "did Damien Ambalaka attend the gala?" There was a brief silence before Jarvis replied in his trademark calm. "Mr. Ambalaka was invited, sir, but I have no confirmation as to whether he actually arrived." Tony's brow furrowed. Had Damien simply stayed away, or was there more to his absence? The question lingered as Jarvis's systems hummed softly in the background. Damien spread the final components across the workbench and offered Tony a reassuring smile. "Go ahead and finish assembling it," he said softly. "You don't have to wait up for me, my dear." Tony Stark realized he still hadn't been able to retrieve the data he needed. He glanced at his watch, shot Damien a brief text explaining the delay, then grabbed his keys and hurried out the door. Chapter 14, Reminder. Tony Stark pulled up to the grand entrance of the Stark Industries charity ball just as the sun dipped below the skyline. This was no ordinary fundraiser. It was an evening for New York's elite, where impeccably tailored tuxedos mingled with glittering gowns and champagne flowed as freely as whispered introductions. As soon as Tony handed his keys to the valet, dozens of eyes turned his way. He gave a courteous nod to well-wishers, then swept his gaze across the crowd, searching for Damien Ambalaka. Tony was determined to corner him again. He wanted to find out just how much Damien knew, but the handsome figure he sought was nowhere in sight. Unperturbed, Tony made his way to the host, Opa, a longtime associate whose reasons for mounting this particular ball remained a mystery to him. They exchanged polite small talk by the entrance, but just as Tony was about to press for details and step inside, a low rumble cut through the chatter. A silver Audi R8 glided into view, engine purring and parked with effortless flair. In a city where the wealthy all drive fast cars, this one stood out. A hush fell over the guests as recognition spread. The R8 belonged to Damien Ambalaka. At last, the man Tony had been seeking made his grand entrance. Tony Stark had done his homework. He knew exactly who owned the sleek black sedan now idling at the curb. Moments later, the rear door swung open and out stepped Damien Ambalaka. Tall, handsome, with jet black hair and equally dark eyes. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Did you hear? He embezzled $3.5 billion from his own company's working capital, and just like that, he's a major shareholder in Stark Industries. Now there's one more A-lister to watch." Those who knew the backstory exchanged excited murmurs as Damien made his way toward the grand entrance. "He's actually coming to the gala? And without a date. Unheard of at these charity balls." Several of the younger women pressed closer, intrigued by the mystery and the scandal. Damien had made a brief appearance at Tony's press conference months ago, but tonight marked his debut at the Tower's annual benefit. Traditionally, every gentleman arrived with an escort, sometimes as a ticket to an evening's companionship, but Damien chose to go it alone. Standing on the marble steps, Tony Stark locked eyes with Damien and offered a welcoming nod. Without missing a beat, he strode forward to greet his newest and most controversial investor. Damien hesitated at the edge of the grand foyer, arms folded as he watched the other guests drift past in their evening finery. A tall figure in a sharply tailored suit stepped up beside him. "It's a surprise to see you here," Tony Stark remarked, voice smooth and teasing. "Word is you usually skip these sorts of gatherings. I even sent you an invite. What brought you out tonight?" Damien offered a half smile. "Well, first off, I heard there'd be some excellent hors d'oeuvres, and truth be told, I had nothing better on my schedule. But mostly, I got the feeling you wanted to talk." Tony arched an eyebrow. "So you made time just for me?" A flicker of amusement lit Damien's eyes. "Depends. What do you want to talk about?" "Let's save that for inside." Tony swept an arm toward the ballroom doors. Damien nodded, and together they stepped over the threshold. Their easy banter, so familiar, so unguarded, drew curious glances from other guests. Whispers flitted through the crowd. Why was Damien here, and what did Stark want with him? Not far away, Agent Phil Coulson spotted them. He watched as Damien and Tony melted into the throng, heads bent in conversation. Coulson straightened his jacket, determination in his posture. He would find a way to sidle up to Stark before the night was over and learn what was really going on. Tony Stark and Damien stepped onto the empty balcony overlooking the gala. "Why are you suddenly buying shares of Stark Industries?" Damien asked, eyes on the glittering skyline. Tony shrugged, leaning against the rail. "To make more aye, of course." Damien turned to face him, expression calm. "I'm asking why you're so optimistic about your own company all of a sudden." Tony pressed his lips together. "With your intellect, it shouldn't be hard to guess my reasons, right?" Damien let his gaze drift down to Tony's chest, as if reading his thoughts. "Who told you that?" "Oba?" Tony ventured, narrowing his eyes. He watched Damien's reaction, searching for a tell. Damien's look was cold, unflinching. "Anyone who's dispensable, who can be erased at the drop of a hat, doesn't deserve my friendship." Tony stiffened at the flat indifference in Damien's voice. It wasn't an act. It was real. And in that moment, Tony realized Damien wasn't playing games. He meant every word. Chapter 7. In Damien Ambalaka's eyes, Obadiah Stane was a non-entity, hardly worth so much as a mention. Yet everyone knew that Stane had collaborated with the U.S. military for years and had become one of the country's most influential figures. What, then, gave Damien the nerve to dismiss him so blithely? "I bear no ill will toward you," Damien said coolly. "I simply choose not to acknowledge your fame." Unbeknownst to Damien, Tony Stark harbored similar reservations about Stane. Stane had been a stalwart of Stark Industries in Howard Stark's day, a peer of the elder Starks, a decorated veteran, and a power player in his own right. Tony didn't think him stupid exactly, but he respected him no more than Damien did. Their interactions over the years had been civil but distant. Damien's confidence bordered on arrogance. If word ever got back to Stane that this young upstart regarded him with such contempt, he wouldn't merely raise an eyebrow, he would obliterate Damien's career. Tony recognized that fact all too well. Despite how exasperating Damien could be, Tony knew his protege had little sense of self-preservation where powerful people were concerned. A moment of tension passed in the sleek, glass-walled boardroom. Stane finally broke the silence with a thin smile. "So you actually intend to help me keep this quiet?" he asked. "I must say I'm grateful." Damien inclined his head. "You're welcome." Leaning forward, Damien locked eyes with Tony. "As my way of saying thanks, Tony, allow me one piece of advice." Tony raised an eyebrow, bracing himself. "I'm listening." Damien's smile was courteous, but there was steel beneath it. Whatever he planned to say next, neither Stark nor Stane would see it coming. Damien's eyes had barely registered Tony Stark's question before the icy calm in them melted away, replaced by a cautious smile. "I'm not begging you this time," he said, leaning back against the edge of the workbench. "So if you've got something to tell me, spit it out." Tony raised an eyebrow, folding his arms across his chest. "I promise I'm not manipulating you. Consider it more of a thank you gesture." Damien's lips twitched. "Still curious, huh? Are you really investigating who set me up and had me taken?" "Absolutely," Tony said, his gaze sharpening. "Trust your instincts and watch your back. Even the smallest piece of junk can cause big trouble if you ignore it." Damien narrowed his eyes. He'd been careful ever since he'd escaped, but Tony's confidence made him wonder just how much the genius inventor already knew. "How did you find out I'd been kidnapped in the first place?" Tony paused, a flicker of something, regret, guilt, maybe more, crossing his face. He opened his mouth to answer, then closed it with a soft huff, as if deciding the time wasn't right. Instead, he rubbed his stomach. "Actually, I'm starving. How about we shelve the detective work for now and grab breakfast?" Damien studied him for a long moment, weighing the offer. Finally, he pushed off from the bench and headed for the door. "Fine, but afterward you owe me the full story." Tony cracked a grin that was half apology, half challenge. "Deal. Now come on. Iron Man's gotta fuel up." Damien pressed a hand against his rumbling stomach and, muttering quietly to himself, made his way across the bar, toward the buffet. From the edge of the dance floor, Tony Stark watched him stride purposefully toward the laden tables, piled high with delicacies. A dozen questions buzzed through Tony's mind. What was so urgent that Damien would abandon the evening's festivities? But Damien's status as a distinguished guest made it impossible to approach him now. Suppressing his curiosity, Tony stepped onto the dance floor and joined the swirling dancers, at least for the moment, putting aside his doubts. Chapter 15. No Weaknesses. Damien stepped into the buffet hall and paused to admire the dazzling array of dishes laid out before him. He grabbed a tray and began selecting items: tiny beef tenderloin medallions, truffle-roasted potatoes, delicate smoked salmon canapés, anything and everything that caught his eye. After all, he had a significant stake in Stark Industries. If Tony Stark's empire went under, Damien would go down with it. A quick check on Tony's well-being and a good meal were both priorities tonight. Sure, the city boasted a handful of top-tier restaurants, but none could match the variety and luxury of a gala banquet, especially when you could fill your plate without standing in line. Meanwhile, a few yards away at the marble-topped bar, Tony Stark sank onto a stool, his shoulders slumped. He ordered a glass of Bordeaux, swirling the deep red liquid as though it might answer the questions racing through his mind. He was supposed to be the life of the party, the genius billionaire host, but tonight he felt flat. "Mr. Stark," a calm voice said at his elbow. Phil Coulson slid onto the neighboring stool, offering a polite nod. "Agent Coulson, we met at the arc reactor ceremony." Tony glanced over, tipped his glass in acknowledgement, and flatly recited, "Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Coulson allowed himself a small approving smile. "Close enough. SHIELD will do." Tony offered a half smirk. "I'll try to remember that next time." As Coulson settled in to discuss business, Damien, tray in hand, scanned the room for a chance to corner Stark. No matter how well he played it cool on the outside, Damien had one goal tonight: ensure there were no surprises and no weaknesses in the future of Stark Industries. Agent Coulson stood in the middle of Stark's charity gala, arms folded as he watched Tony Stark lean against a marble column. He offered a wry smile. "You really should change your name." Tony pressed 2 fingers to his temple. "I hear that a lot. Trust me, I'm exploring options." Coulson chuckled softly. "That's not why I'm here tonight. I've got questions for you, Tony. Questions only Mr. Stark can answer." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Go on." "My sources tell me you've been under a lot of pressure lately," Coulson said, lowering his voice. "But we still need some clear answers." Tony waved him off with effortless charm. "I'll give it thought. Right now, I need to catch up with my secretary." He excused himself and started across the ballroom, only to pause short at the sight before him. By the buffet table, Damien Ambalaka was piling shrimp cocktails, mini quiches, and chocolate-dipped strawberries onto his plate with unapologetic gusto. Tony folded his arms, surveying the scene. Most people attended these functions to network or polish their public image. Damien, apparently, had come for the open bar and the all-you-can-eat buffet. Tony shook his head with a half-smile and continued on, leaving Coulson to ponder which Stark he'd corner next. For Damien Ambalaka, the latest self-made magnate in New York, tonight's charity ball was more than a festive affair. It was prime networking territory. One persuasive conversation here could lead to a major partnership and a windfall of profit. He knew that until he'd firmly established his reputation among the old money set, some guests would look down on him for approaching them, but that was a hurdle he was prepared to clear. Damien moved through the grand hall with deliberate calm, exchanging brief pleasantries at the receiving line, excusing himself after a few courteous words, then slipping away to dine alone. It was a curious strategy: make just enough of an appearance to be noticed, then withdraw and watch. Tony Stark, watching from across the room, found himself baffled by Damien's aloofness. He'd expected the new tycoon to work the room, to schmooze, to charm, to seal deals. Instead, Damien seemed content to observe his potential partners rather than engage them. Nearby, Pepper Potts noticed Tony's gaze drifting away from their own conversation. At first, she imagined he'd been distracted by one of the young socialites fluttering about the ballroom. But as she followed his line of sight, she realized he wasn't looking at anyone else in particular. He was watching Damien. Gliding across the dance floor in a gentle waltz, Pepper leaned close, her voice a soft murmur. "You care about Mr. Ambalaka?" Tony hesitated, then nodded. "I'm curious what he's up to," he admitted. "He's playing a very careful game, and I'd like to know the endgame." Pepper gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. "Let's find out." "No, I'm just lost in thought," Tony replied smoothly. Pepper shot him a knowing glance, but didn't push the matter. Her subtle prod, however, set his mind racing. Earlier, Agent Coulson had dropped by, ostensibly to debrief Tony on the recent Afghanistan mission. When they parted last week, Coulson promised he'd return. It seemed obvious that he meant to continue that conversation. Yet instead of following up with Tony, Coulson had gone straight to Damien Ambalaka. Whatever Coulson wanted from Damien clearly took precedence over whatever Tony had to offer. The realization that he'd been bumped down the roster in favor of this new agent stung his ego. In the past, he'd have been furious. But after his own unsettling encounter with Damien, Tony had to admit the man was utterly enigmatic, so much so that even someone as thorough as Coulson couldn't ignore him. Damien sat perfectly still, curiosity churning in his chest rather than annoyance. What on earth did Agent Coulson want with Damien Ambalaka? He glanced back, but Coulson had already slipped away into the crowd. Damien reached out to recall the contact card Coulson had pressed into his hand, but he realized he'd hardly paid attention when it happened. There was nothing in his memory but a vague sense of numbers and letters. "Want to step out on the balcony for some fresh air?" Pepper Potts asked, suddenly at his side. She'd noticed Tony Stark's far-off expression, and just as surely felt the eyes of the other guests drifting their way. "Good idea," Tony replied, blinking once before nodding. He and Pepper rose and slipped toward the sliding doors. Left alone, Damien watched them go with polite indifference. Then, with smooth, deliberate motions, he turned back to the long buffet table. One by one, he sampled each delicacy, charmingly respectful of etiquette, yet somehow devouring the fare at a startling clip. The young women clustered nearby watched, transfixed, as plates that moments ago had brimmed with hors d'oeuvres emptied beneath Damien Ambalaka's casual grace. By the time Tony returned to the room, Damien had polished off nearly everything in sight, and still wore that infuriating, impeccable smile. Everyone at the table stared at Damien Ambalaka's plate with growing curiosity, trying to figure out where all the food was disappearing. No matter how many dishes he polished off, he showed no sign of slowing. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. Damien was so absorbed in his meal that he barely noticed the conversation swirling around him. Every time he glanced up, yet another empty platter was being whisked away. It was an odd spectacle. While the other guests chatted and danced, Damien remained seated, methodically working his way through the courses. The men beside him exchanged knowing looks and quietly nudged their companions toward his table. Though polite smiles adorned their faces, their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Here was a newcomer who hadn't bothered with introductions or alliances, choosing instead to flaunt an enormous appetite. Damien, however, paid no attention to their whispers or sidelong glances. He was completely focused on the feast before him. Damien stepped into the grand ballroom, where 10 long tables groaned under platters of the finest delicacies, each dish said to yield staggering evolution points. Word had it, you could walk away from this charity banquet with enough points to power you through days of growth. At the first table, Damien sampled just enough to net 530,000 evolution points, equivalent to 3 or 4 days' worth of his normal intake. He paused, considering whether he should continue. After all, there were hundreds of guests here, and he didn't want to deprive anyone else. But curiosity and appetite soon got the better of him. Moving with effortless grace, Damien swept from one table to the next. By the time he reached the 7th, he'd polished off nearly every dish in sight. Onlookers, particularly the ladies gathered near the banquet, had watched with growing amazement. What had begun as polite interest in the handsome stranger had become open astonishment as plate after plate vanished beneath his deft forks and knives. When Damien set down his napkin for the final time, he did so with a flourish. He took the last bottle of vintage wine from the table, tipped it to his lips, and let the rich liquid moisten his throat. The combined price of the 8 tables of food and that single case of wine, easily $2 million, if not more. And yet, Damien simply smiled, brushed imaginary crumbs from his lapel, and turned on his heel. The ballroom murmured behind him, but he paid it no mind. Tonight's yield in evolution points was more than worth the effort, and he was already looking forward to what tomorrow's challenges might bring. Everyone assumed that if Damien got drunk and made a fool of himself, people would be joking about it long after dinner. Yet even after consuming astonishing amounts of food and drink, Damien showed no sign of intoxication. His composure was so unshakable that the very man who had looked down on him all evening couldn't help but have his eyelids twitch in irritation. Damien wasn't here to make friends. He was here to devour his host's hospitality, and it was clear he was doing it with ruthless efficiency. His prodigious appetite meant that anyone planning a future banquet would have to allocate a vast budget just to feed him. Without such provisions, they simply couldn't afford to invite a big eater with teeth like his. A group of young women had been watching him eagerly, hoping that once he'd had enough to drink, he'd loosen up and they could strike up a conversation. But from the first pour to the last gulp, Damien remained perfectly steady and perfectly sober. By the end of the night, their hopeful expressions had turned to disappointment. He had eaten them out of house and home and given them nothing to talk about but his extraordinary self-control. Damien Ambalaka might not have carried a name as storied as some of the other guests that evening, but he more than compensated with youth, good looks, and an imposing stature. Even without considering his considerable wealth, the tailored suit he wore clung to broad shoulders and a lean, muscular frame. From across the grand ballroom, several young heiresses whispered and stole glances, their imaginations sparked by the rare taste of exotic allure he represented. None dared approach. Damien was simply out of their league. Yet it wasn't only the women who took notice. The envious stares of rival socialites prickled the air, their muted resentment pooling around Damien like an invisible fog. His effortless confidence, the casual way he accepted every compliment with a polite smile, made him the unchallenged center of attention. More than one scion of old money fumed as he watched Damien's admirers drift away, their eyes hopeful and bright. As the evening wore on, a small council of influential men gathered in a discreet corner, voices low and tense. If human nature dictates that every man has a weakness, then they were determined to find Damien's. Was it family ties? Business entanglements? Hidden debts? They ensured operatives in the city's shadiest corners were already at work, digging into corporate records, probing personal friendships, and whispering to anyone who might know a scandal or two. By the time Damien Ambalaka left the ballroom, these powerful rivals would be armed with enough secrets to bring him to heel. Despite their best efforts, no one could uncover a single weakness in Damien Ambalaka. He was the new kid on New York's elite block, yet he remained a complete outsider, utterly untouchable. If his rivals wanted to strike, the only leverage lay in the market, but Damien's portfolio was almost entirely tied up in Stark Industries. To move against him, they'd have to go toe-to-toe with Stark itself, an absurd notion, especially when they were all attending the Stark Industries charity ball tonight. As for manipulating real estate values to sully his reputation, that tactic was equally dead in the water. Property prices in New York were too resilient, and no regulator would permit a baseless rumor campaign significant enough to tank the market. Damien Ambalaka's name would remain unblemished, at least for now. Chapter 16, A Change of Perspective. Damien stepped out of the dining hall into the cool evening air and spotted Tony Stark standing alone on the front steps, his posture uncharacteristically tense. "I told you to trust your instincts," Tony said quietly, not yet looking up. Damien walked over and leaned on the stone railing beside him. "You're right," he admitted, "but I grew up alongside Obadiah Stane. I never wanted to believe he'd turn on me." Tony's gaze drifted toward the courtyard lights. "Trust is one thing, proof another. You needed to see his hand in it before you'd know for sure." Damien's jaw tightened. "When I felt that weapon fire at the military demonstration in Afghanistan, when I realized it was aimed at me, I knew it wasn't an enemy ambush. It was him." Tony turned to face him, eyes dark with resolve. "I confronted Stane today. He didn't deny it. He wants me off the board. He's been plotting to seize control of Stark Industries from the inside." Damien ran a hand through his hair. "But how could he set up an ambush in a remote desert? Nobody else had our mission coordinates." "He did," Tony replied. "He had access to every piece of intel we shared with the military. He used our own data against us." A hard silence fell between them, broken only by the distant hum of streetlights. Finally, Damien squared his shoulders. Then we stop him, before he makes his next move. Tony raised an eyebrow, but offered a tight, determined smile. Together. Side by side, they descended the steps, ready to confront the betrayal at the heart of Stark Industries and to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Tony Stark realized the terrorists' assault on the American forces hadn't been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was orchestrated. That meant someone close had tipped them off about his itinerary. He never suspected Obadiah Stane, but now the doubt gnawed at him. Damien had never been betrayed himself, but he understood how devastating it could be when someone you trust turns against you. Never treat an enemy like a friend, Damien said quietly. Be on guard, or you'll regret it when it's too late. He offered no consolation, only a warning. Stark met Damien's calm gaze and saw how deeply he understood the turmoil roiling beneath the surface. He had questions, but Damien said nothing more. Mysterious and seemingly all-knowing, Damien showed no signs of hostility. Instead, he was helping Tony hunt down every lead on Obadiah Stane. And for now, that was enough. Damien's reminder earlier had prompted Tony Stark to make a swift decision. Without hesitation, Tony slipped away from the gala and headed straight back to Stark Manor. Damien, too, returned to his own quarters. The massive influx of evolution points from their meal had pushed him past the 265th threshold. A violet glow washed over his form, and in moments, his void skin ability surged ahead by 46 ranks. Settling in afterward, Damien resolved to advance void skin to 100 upgrades before branching into any other skill lines. In the Marvel world, many heroes wield devastating powers, but lack the durability to take a hard hit. If he could ensure that no single blow would kill him, he could always recover and fight again. Physical resilience, Damien concluded, must come first. He didn't intend to rewrite Tony Stark's destiny, but this time he felt compelled to offer guidance. After all, he already knew how the story unfolded. Beyond the critical moment when Tony narrowly escaped death and forged himself into Iron Man, Damien would allow smaller events to shift as they might. One thing he wouldn't change: Obadiah Stane would still be defeated by Tony in the end. Since then, unimpeded by outside forces, Tony Stark has had full sway over the future of Stark Industries. If it weren't for Damien's timely hints at a few critical junctures, this reality might already have slipped from its status as the Prime Universe. And if Damien can lure Tony into believing in the void, that, even more than any boardroom coup, could relegate this world to a mere branching mealing. That's why Damien saw through the scheme and slipped into the party. Even if he's not in the main universe, the only thing truly at risk are a few of his future plans, not his own safety. As long as he keeps the Void's existence secret and avoids provoking the Ancient One or Odin, he can act on his own terms. Feeling the alien power thrumming beneath his skin, Damien retreated to the basement to acclimate himself. His Void skin ability didn't merely bolster his defenses, it also increased his raw strength. The gains aren't as dramatic as those from a fully evolved active skill, but they provide a subtle, unending edge. That steady, cumulative boost is exactly why Damien is currently focused on refining his Void skin. Damien knew he still needed to strengthen his mental defenses, but he didn't need to panic just yet. He wouldn't face a truly magical opponent until someone of Scarlet Witch Wanda's caliber showed up. And even then, it wouldn't be a straight-up duel. He had no intention of trading spells with a powerful sorcerer. Instead, he'd slip in under cover of darkness and take them down before they even knew he was there. The real problem, for now, was money. Damien had just blown $3 billion on his latest operation. Once he accounted for tied-up assets, that left him with roughly $100 million in liquid funds. Still a hefty sum, but hardly inexhaustible. On a whim, he logged onto the dark web in search of quick gigs to replenish his coffers. What he found were nothing but small-scale contracts, $1 to $2 million jobs, mostly low-risk escort missions that dragged on for a week or two. They were the sort of assignments best handled by mercenary squads, the escort operators who liked having enough time to fortify a perimeter, and, if things went south, to turn on their charges and finish the job themselves. It wasn't glamorous work, but these side deals were exactly the kind of stopgap Damien needed to keep his operations funded. Chapter 4. Damien propped himself at the edge of his desk, eyes flicking over the last few listings on the black market network. A weekly payday of $1 million used to feel substantial. Now, it barely registered. If he spent that much time chasing these low-level contracts, he might as well be at home, eating and accelerating his personal evolution instead. Scanning for any plunder or extermination orders exceeding $5 million, he found nothing. With a shrug, he shut down the illicit feed, rose from his chair, and strode toward the basement gym for his daily workout. The grand ballroom at Stark Industries gleamed under thousands of crystal lights. Servers in crisp uniforms weaved through the crowd, bearing platters of hors d'oeuvres and heaped silver bowls of gourmet fare. Damien sat alone at a side table, a small army of dishes circling him like satellites. He sampled each delicacy in turn, smoked salmon canapés, truffle-infused risotto, rose-petal macarons, yet his appetite never flagged. Word of the insatiable stranger had slipped through New York's upper classes like a secret whisper. In private drawing rooms and gilded salons, the city's elite gossiped with a blend of scorn and envy. These men and women, accustomed to the finest foods from around the globe, rarely savored more than a bite or two before growing bored. Yet here was Damien, polished and well-mannered, devouring platter after platter with relentless gusto. Most of the disdain came from the tuxedo-clad bachelors who found his voracious hunger vulgar and uncouth. But a small circle of society's women watched him with keen interest, intrigued by his singular focus and by the mystery of his identity. Damien had never danced, never toasted to philanthropy, never lingered after dessert. He arrived late, ate sumptuously, and slipped away before any bold guest could introduce themselves. When the gala ended, the rumor mill spun on. Who was this man with the bottomless appetite? How had he secured an invitation to the most exclusive charity event of the season? And, most importantly, why would he ever show his face again? Damien's absence guaranteed that his legend would only grow, spreading in hushed tones through New York's highest circles, long after the lights in the ballroom had dimmed. Everything had changed. Damien Ambalaka was no longer confined to private study. He'd begun appearing at the high society's evening soirees. His attendance at a recent Stark Industries charity gala was more than a casual courtesy. It was a clear signal that the elite intended to court him. Now invitations would arrive far in advance, just to ensure Damien would grace their future events. This is the third update. Please vote and stay tuned for more. Chapter 17, The Gateway to a New World. At 4 o'clock that morning, an urgent bulletin lit up every screen in New York. Terrorists had struck Stark Industries, leveling the offices of every executive suite. Miraculously, no one was hurt, and the identity of the attackers remained a mystery. By breakfast time, the city was abuzz, and many were oddly gleeful. In diners and coffee shops, people speculated wildly. Some blamed Tony Stark's recent, controversial decisions, suggesting they'd provoked this strike. Others whispered of a rival faction seizing the moment to dismantle Stark Industries from within. Still more mocked the company's vaunted security network, pointing out that not a single clue had been left behind. For New Yorkers, this surprise assault became the morning's entertainment. Over bagels and coffee, countless conversations turned to sardonic laughter. In another era, an attack on Stark's empire might have plunged the city into mourning. Today, it was little more than fodder for breakfast chatter. Yet beneath the jokes and rumors, a question lingered. Who would step through this fiery breach and into the unknown world waiting beyond? Since so many investors once held shares in Stark Industries, any hit to the company's reputation or stock price would normally leave them profoundly unsettled. But these particular insiders had already unloaded every last share, and the worse Stark Industries looked, the happier they were. Damien was up at 8 o'clock, seated at his kitchen table, tucking into the first of his 5 daily meals. His schedule was rigid: breakfast at dawn, a light lunch, an afternoon snack dinner, then a late-night bite, and this morning's meal came with the day's headlines. As he scrolled through the news feed, one story leapt out. Tony Stark had already made his move. Damien knew Stark could achieve virtually any objective with minimal fallout. There were countless smart routes he could take. Yet experience told him Tony wouldn't settle for the easy path if it made him look weak. Then Damien paused, connecting the dots. Stark's new steel armor was still untested. The man inside was only beginning to learn its strengths and limitations. In other words, he hadn't yet mastered its full power, and that made every strike unpredictable. Even at this early stage, though, Iron Man's suit packed a punch that was astonishing. Its destructive capacity rivaled that of a cutting-edge fighter jet, proof that, even in prototype form, Stark's creation was rewriting the rules of modern warfare. With each upgrade, armor has become more powerful than anything human technology could rival. Yet Tony Stark hasn't become a villain, an outcome shaped by everything he endured in Afghanistan. Damien paused, reflecting on that fact as he finished his breakfast. Today, he'd slip into a full-length cloak of swirling darkness that masked every feature of his body. No hint of his face would show. Then he would make for Afghanistan. Although Tony already possesses the evidence to bring down Obadiah Stane, Stark still has a more urgent task: rescuing the people of Gumila province, whose peril was created by Stark Industries in the first place. As the company's leader, Tony must shoulder responsibility, and if Damien truly wants to win Stark's trust, more groundwork is needed before they confront Obadiah. When he was ready, Damien summoned the Void attack. In an instant, his form dissolved into inky shadows and slipped into the void. In this state, he could travel faster than Mach 4, though he had no idea how much faster he might become if he shifted into his full predatory aspect, the shadow of the void. But such speed wasn't necessary for this journey. He'd made the trip to Afghanistan countless times over the years. Now, as the void folded around him, Damien set his course for Gumila. His mission was clear: observe Stark's rescue efforts, lend assistance where he could, now and prepare for the moment they would stand together against Obadiah Stane. Afghanistan lay before him like a living battlefield. Day, NSE woodlands overrun by insurgents, the air heavy with smoke and the distant thunder of gunfire. Here, terrorists openly patrolled with rifles slung over their shoulders and mortars strapped to their backs. Every year, dozens of mercenaries met their end in these mountains, yet the region remained a magnet for soldiers of fortune. Arms dealers flourished in the chaos, and it wasn't unheard of for a hired gun to switch sides and become a terrorist the next day. Damien's private jet sliced through the high-altitude air at top speed. In just under 2 hours, he would be touching down on terrain he knew all too well. From his cockpit window, he watched fields turn to craters, villages reduced to rubble, and roads littered with the hushed remnants of armored convoys. It was hell on earth. Nothing had changed since his last visit. In a past life, Damien had admired superheroes, those larger-than-life figures with astonishing powers who swooped in to rescue the innocent. Yet he never wished to join their ranks. He understood all too clearly that gratitude can be a dangerous currency. Every life saved becomes a personal debt, and some people never let you forget the favor. Damien preferred to walk his own path, one driven not by capes or applause, but by a quieter sense of purpose forged in the smoke and dust of war. When a man's power grows great enough, repeated rescues turn him into a superhero in the eyes of the masses. Before long, people begin to treat his kindness as an obligation, appointing themselves to the moral high ground and insisting that with great power comes great responsibility. To Damien, however, that slogan is nothing more than rhetoric, an excuse the weak use to bind the strong with guilt. Look at the universe's true power players. They answer only to their own whims and crush anyone who dares to impose moral shackles on them. Damien refuses to be anyone's moral hostage. He lives by his own rules. He can, and often does, save the helpless, but never out of duty or public expectation. He intervenes because he chooses to, whether it's for a cause or simply on a whim. That freedom is his greatest power. So it was when he arrived on Gumila. From a distance, he spotted a lone figure clad in gleaming gold and red armor, locked in fierce combat with a band of terrorists. Damien allowed a faint smile to cross his face. He had come here on his own terms, and if he decided to join the fight, it would be for no one else's sake but his own. Iron Man's movements still had an edge of hesitation. Tony Stark's inexperience in real combat showed every time he switched weapons or adjusted his stance. And yet, even with those stumbles, his technological edge was overwhelming. In under a minute, he'd cut down the Ten Rings terrorists and extracted every hostage from the wreckage of that ruined Gumila compound. No sooner had he landed and retracted his repulsors than a sudden chill swept through the clearing, dropping the air temperature by several degrees. Jarvis's voice chimed in over Tony's internal comlink. "Sir, a high-value target has just appeared, 100 meters up, southeast." Tony looked up. Hovering in midair, framed against the dim sky, was a figure draped in a dark cloak, motionless and silent. He tapped his helmet's HUD. "Jarvis, do you have an ID on him?" "Scanning, no matches found. Target remains unidentified." Tony's jaw tightened. "Impossible. There should be a record." He narrowed his eyes, bracing himself. Whoever this was, they hadn't come to surrender. Chapter X. As a human, you must have an extraordinary mind to build something like this. Damien's voice cut through the sky, cold and sharp as a winter gale. The crowd in Gumila froze, adults and children alike, speechless and wide-eyed as even the wailing toddlers stilled their cries. High above them, Tony Stark hovered at 100 meters, his arc reactor glowing beneath the red and gold armor. He didn't know whether this disembodied voice heralded friend or foe, but he answered with characteristic confidence. "If that's a compliment, I appreciate it. I'm quite proud of my work." A slight echo of amusement, or perhaps disdain, drifted down. "Take it as you will. In truth, your technology bests mere human standards, but by cosmic measures, it's still elementary." Stark stiffened, repulsors quietly humming. "Elementary? I've faced invaders from beyond our galaxy." "But you're still weak," Damien interrupted coolly. "Next time I encounter you, I want to see something genuinely innovative, something that challenges me." Before Tony could reply, the figure suspended in midair simply blinked out of existence. Stark's eyes narrowed on the empty sky. "Jarvis," he called, voice low. "Sir?" The AI's tone was calm. "Scan the area. Any trace of that unknown presence?" There was a brief pause. "No life signs detected, sir. The being has vanished without a trace. It's completely gone." Jarvis picked up on the urgency in Tony's voice and immediately swept the area with every sensor he had. "Sir, I'm not picking up anything," he reported, sounding almost apologetic. Tony's chest tightened. An invisible intruder, one whose voice had sent a shiver down his spine, had left no trace on his scanners. That same voice had complemented his intellect, yet Tony didn't feel pride. He felt shock. He'd never encountered anything like this on Earth, an intelligent being able to appear and disappear at will with no detectable energy signature. For a moment, Tony felt as if he'd opened a door to some entirely new realm. Was that thrilling or terrifying? He couldn't tell yet. He replayed the stranger's final words in his mind. "Your technology is insignificant compared to the universe." Whoever, or whatever, had said that must know the cosmos far better than he did. An alien? A traveler from another dimension? Tony didn't have the answers. But one thing was clear. His world had just become infinitely more complicated. Jarvis, the AI Tony Stark so proudly relied on, registered no trace of the stranger until it materialized before them. Only then did Jarvis sound its alert, marking the being's arrival. Tony had no way of knowing whether this visitor had just appeared or had lingered unseen, perhaps even through the entire rescue of Gumila. It felt as though fate had flung open a door to a whole new world. Confronting such an enigma left Tony simultaneously exhilarated and unsettled. Who or what was this creature? Did it hail from Earth or from some distant corner of the cosmos? If extraterrestrial, what purpose had brought it here? The longer he stared at the spot where the visitor had stood, the more glaringly he realized how little he truly knew. With a firm nod, Tony released his grip on the moment and rocketed back to Stark Tower, his mind already racing ahead. First order of business. Put an end to Obadiah Stane's scheming once and for all. Only once that threat was neutralized could he devote himself fully to unraveling the mystery of this unknown being. Below, Damien stood beside Gumila, watching the Iron Man armor fade into the clouds. The young man's expression was calm, almost contemplative. Damien knew Tony had taken note of him, and he could feel the weight of that scrutiny. Whatever lay ahead, Damien understood he'd already made an impression, and he was ready for whatever came next. Tony Stark's curiosity about the void had only grown richer, and Damien knew that a timely withdrawal would deepen that intrigue. Having accomplished the mission's goal, piquing Stark's interest in this mysterious realm, he slipped away. Leaving a lasting impression was the surest way to win Tony over, and with Stark's unrelenting drive to uncover the truth, Damien was certain their paths would cross again. Chapter 18. Damien's Strategy. On his flight back to New York, Damien's jet was intercepted by 2 fighter planes. With a few deft evasive maneuvers, he shook them off and touched down at Stark Manor just after dusk. No sooner had he stepped inside than he tapped into the house-wide network. "Jarvis, compile every shred of evidence tying Obadiah Stane to illegal arms deals, corporate sabotage, and any violent crimes," he ordered. "Acknowledged, sir," Jarvis replied, data streams flickering across the screens. Within minutes, files, internal memos, intercepted communications, financial records began to organize themselves into one comprehensive dossier. Damien closed the door to his study and picked up the phone. "Colonel Rhodes, stand by for my call. Do not advance until you hear from me." On the workbench behind him, the gleaming new armored suit, his secret weapon, rested in pieces. It was fully functional, but Damien wasn't ready to unveil it. He refused to let the suit become his only tool for justice, or worse, a way to atone for past mistakes. Without it, he was just Damien Stark, a man in a tailored suit with no superpowers, vulnerable to surprise attacks from Stane's operatives. Soon enough, Damien sent out a notice to every board member of Stark Industries. An emergency meeting at 8 o'clock that evening, to be presided over personally by him. Despite Obadiah Stane's previous maneuvering to have Damien removed from the board, this summons carried weight. Word spread through the company like wildfire. As the manor's lights burned quietly in the gathering dusk, Damien studied the reconstructed timeline of Stane's crimes. Tonight, he would expose the truth and reclaim his place at the head of the table. Because Stark Industries came under attack that morning, Tony Stark had no choice but to summon an emergency board meeting. When Obadiah Stane received the call, his heart skipped a beat, but he knew he couldn't refuse. He steeled himself and confirmed his attendance. By 5 o'clock, armed guards patrolled the perimeter of Stark Tower. Inside the sleek, glass-walled boardroom, Tony surveyed the assembled directors, seasoned executives, each well into their 40s or 50s. One chair, though, remained conspicuously empty. Damien Ambalaka's. Tony understood why Damien was absent. If he'd shown up, the others would insist on hashing out every detail, potentially scuttling the swift decisions the company now needed. Meanwhile, few realized that Obadiah had quietly acquired enough shares to control half the board, a hidden advantage that gave him the confidence to face Tony Stark in this critical hour. Obadiah Stane leaned back in his chair, a polite smile on his face. "We haven't even scratched the surface yet, so let's show the proper respect. Tony, exactly why did you call us here today?" Tony Stark met Stane's gaze without a word. Finally, he nodded once. "Jarvis, bring it up." Jarvis's calm voice echoed through the boardroom. Within seconds, the hollow display flickered to life with a series of tightly edited video clips. The first showed Obadiah Stane himself in conversation with known Ten Rings operatives, Stane quietly ordering them to eliminate Tony Stark. A timestamp in the corner placed that meeting exactly 1 month before Stark's fateful trip to Afghanistan. The footage cut again, revealing security camera shots of Stark on the ground, badly wounded, seemingly beyond help. The date stamped on those images was a month later. Then the audio track shifted, capturing Stane's voice congratulating the terrorists. "Once you've squeezed every last dollar out of him, make sure he never walks away." As the final frame dissolved, the full weight of the betrayal settled over the table. One by one, board members exchanged stunned glances. Nobody spoke. The room was deathly silent. Even the shareholders whom Obadiah Stane had quietly won over now felt a chill. They'd backed Stane's bid only after Tony Stark, without so much as a word of warning, shut down the weapons division, stripping them of both influence and profit. They joined Stane in ousting Stark from the boardroom, certain no one would challenge their move. Then word came. Stark hadn't merely disappeared for that 2-month trip to Afghanistan. He'd been the target of a planned assassination. If Stane could so easily erase Stark's position and reputation, what was to stop him from doing the same to any of them? If tomorrow their value to him diminished, or if they fell out of favor? Stark may have escaped death this time, and he'd done it by laying out the evidence in full. But that stroke of luck hardly guaranteed everyone else could survive a terrorist ambush, or Stain's quiet machinations unscathed. Damien paced slowly at the head of the long, silent conference table. "Obadiah Stane," he began, his voice controlled but edged with hurt. "You watched me grow up. I've always seen you as an uncle, someone I owed respect." He paused, glancing around the room to gather his composure. "Over the years, our work together hasn't been intimate, but we've each honored our responsibilities. We've built Stark Industries into what it is today." He folded his hands in front of him. "I never deliberately hid any of my inventions or plans from you. In my mind, we had a solid partnership. I never imagined you'd betray me." Obadiah Stane's expression darkened. His facade of control slipped as Damien's words cut to the heart of the matter. Across the table, the assembled executives watched the confrontation between the company's founder and his covertly treacherous second-in-command. Damien recalled the moment it all began to go wrong. Earlier that day, he'd overseen a flawless live test of his latest Jericho missile prototype. Word of the successful trial had reached the military's ears immediately, and their interest in buying Stark technology skyrocketed. Before Damien could savor the victory, his phone rang. It was Obadiah. "How did it go?" Obadiah asked, his tone casual. "Perfectly," Damien replied, exhilaration still in his voice. "We got a clean launch, and the guidance system performed beyond expectations." There was a brief silence on the line. Then Obadiah said, "Good. The military test site in Afghanistan is standing by. I'll let you know when to proceed." Damien wished he'd sensed something off in that call, some trace of deception, but he'd been too caught up in the triumph. After hanging up, Obadiah had quietly and dangerously reached out to the Ten Rings terrorist cell and arranged for them to intercept the weapons shipment. Now, standing before his board of directors and his oldest mentor-turned-traitor, Damien felt a cold wave of betrayal wash over him. He forced himself to meet Obadiah's gaze. "You sold us out. You handed our technology to the Ten Rings, knowingly, deliberately." Obadiah's jaw clenched. For a moment he said nothing. Then he spat out, "Stark Industries needed an edge. You were too soft, too focused on flashy demos and press coverage. I did what had to be done to close the deal." "By arming terrorists?" Damien's voice cracked. "You've ruined dozens of lives, sabotaged your own company, and destroyed any trust I had in you." Silence fell again as the weight of Obadiah's betrayal settled in the room. Damien drew a steadying breath, his anger tempered by resolve. "I'll make this right," he vowed quietly, "and when I do, you'll answer for every last life you've endangered." Obadiah sat back as Damien turned on his heel and strode from the conference room, leaving broken trust and the promise of retribution echoing in his wake. Tony Stark tapped the control panel at the head of the table. With a sudden clang, the conference room doors slid open, and the measured footsteps of an FBI detail echoed in. Colonel James Rhodes led the team, 24 agents fanning out, pistols raised, their muzzles unwaveringly trained on Obadiah Stane. The board members froze in their seats, breath held. "Obadiah Stane," Rhodes announced, voice crisp over the sudden hush. "You stand charged with collusion with terrorist cells, betrayal of national security leading to the promise of critical intelligence assets, and an attempted assassination of Tony Stark. You are under arrest." Stane's expression flickered between outrage and disbelief. His sprawling fortune and powerful connections had always insulated him from legal consequences, until now. Today, he would spend the rest of his days behind bars. Rising from his chair, Stane's eyes darted around the room. "I demand to make a phone call," he barked, raising a trembling hand toward his jacket. "Call my lawyers. Call the board." One of the agents caught his movement and tensed. Colonel Rhodes, already drawing his own sidearm, squeezed the trigger. The single shot rang out, cutting Stane's plea short. He crumpled to the floor, a dark stain spreading across his crisp white shirt. Chaos erupted as board members leapt from their seats. Some screamed, others hurried to Stane's side. But Rhodes kept his weapon trained, unwavering in his gaze. Tony Stark remained still, watching the scene unfold with cold detachment. In a matter of seconds, the boardroom's veneer of corporate power had been replaced by the stark finality of justice, and a bullet that could not be undone. Colonel James "Rhodey" Rhodes didn't hesitate. When evidence surfaced that Obadiah Stane had colluded with enemy forces, costing several of his own men their lives, Rhodes refused to grant him an explanation. "Take him away," he ordered coolly. Two armed guards stepped forward and dragged a stunned Stain from the long conference table. The remaining shareholders exchanged uneasy glances as the doors thudded shut behind their fallen comrade. Rhodes swept the room with a steely gaze. "All right," he said, "let's proceed." He tapped a brass nameplate that read Stark Industries and folded his arms. "Our agenda today is Stark Industries' future direction." Tony Stark, hardened by his time in the unforgiving deserts of Afghanistan, gave a slight nod, his face betraying nothing. In that moment, every person in the room understood that without Stark's approval, no proposal would stand. With no one daring to object, the meeting finally began. Chapter 19, I Didn't Expect You to Be So Poor. Damien sat quietly in his apartment, scrolling through the morning headlines. Not a single news outlet in New York reported on Obadiah Stane's death. Everything had been blacked out. Instead, the only announcement circulating was Stark Industries' bold decision to pivot from weapons manufacturing into the energy sector. Predictably, investors reacted with a mixture of skepticism and anxiety. After all, Stark Industries has long reigned supreme in armaments, but it has never been a frontrunner in energy. Without a groundbreaking new power source, the company's stock would never reclaim its former highs. Still, some shareholders took heart. Given Stark's vast resources, deep pockets, and formidable political ties, carving out even a modest foothold in the energy market seemed within reach. Tony Stark himself remained silent about the real game-changer, the arc reactor. He wasn't ready to go public. His armor required more fine-tuning, and he needed to be absolutely certain the arc reactor could safely power entire cities without falling into the wrong hands. Until he perfected both the technology and its security, the world would have to wait. Meanwhile, Damien leaned back, wondering just how far Stark Industries would go, and how badly they needed that secret weapon to succeed. As long as it was handled properly, Stark Industries' stock could easily rebound to its former heights, or even soar beyond them. With Obadiah Stane, his most pressing obstacle, finally dealt with, Tony Stark still had plenty on his plate, but there was no urgent deadline breathing down his neck. Back at Stark Manor, he decided it was the perfect moment to ring up his old friend Damien Ambalaka, partly to share the good news, partly to see if Damien had any fresh leads or gossip to offer. "Sir, he's not answering," Jarvis reported after a moment. Tony felt as if someone had spilled ice water down his spine. Damien Ambalaka, New York's most notorious playboy and socialite extraordinaire, routinely had to fend off suitors and paparazzi. Nobody ever ignored his calls. Tony cracked a grin. "No one's ever had the nerve to hang up on him," he muttered. "Well, let's see how he likes a little payback." "Shall I keep trying?" Jarvis asked. "Absolutely," Tony said, leaning back in his chair. "Ping him every couple of minutes. If he picks up, I want to unload the whole update." And so Jarvis resumed dialing. With time on his side and a world-changing announcement at his fingertips, Tony Stark was more than ready to bombard Damien with every last detail, whenever Damien finally chose to answer. Jarvis tried Tony's line again. "I'm sorry, sir. The number you have dialed is not in service." Tony Stark frowned at his desk. "So he really has no other way to reach me?" he asked, sounding more frustrated than curious. There was a brief pause. "If I had to guess," Jarvis replied smoothly, "Mr. Damien Ambalaka simply disconnected his landline. Beyond that, I'm not aware of any alternate contact number." Tony pinched the bridge of his nose. "I suppose driving out to his estate would just look desperate." "No, sir. If you'd like, I can put you through to Miss Potts instead. You mentioned you needed to discuss something with her." "Do that, Jarvis." Moments later, Pepper Potts sat upstairs in her living room, her eyes fixed on the evening news report. The anchor's voice was solemn as he recounted the death of Obadiah Stane, the man who had tried to kill Tony. Pepper took a slow sip of her tea and said nothing, neither surprised nor saddened. She knew Stane's ambition had always made him dangerous. Now the matter was closed. Damien rushed into the lab as soon as he got the message from Tony. He skid to a halt in front of the big conference table where Tony Stark was lounging, a half-drunk cup of espresso in hand. "Damien," Tony greeted him, "how well do you know Agent Coulson?" Damien blinked, caught off guard. "Honestly, I didn't give him much thought before," he admitted. Then, catching himself, he added, "But now, I'm curious." Tony set his coffee aside and stretched. Do you know what SHIELD, officially the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, actually does? Did Coulson explain it to you? Damien shook his head. Tony leaned back in the chair, thinking aloud. As far as I recall, SHIELD is a multinational task force under the International Security Council. Their job is to investigate and neutralize all kinds of unorthodox threats. Standing nearby, Pepper Potts took mental notes with her usual efficiency. Unorthodox threats? She repeated. Do you happen to have Coulson's contact info? Tony nodded. I do, but I can't promise how useful it'll be. That's perfect, Damien said, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Could you message him for me? Tell him I'd like to meet at noon tomorrow for a chat. Consider it done, Tony replied, already tapping away on his phone. Though Coulson was puzzled by the sudden request, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed. Hello, Miss Potts? He said the moment she answered. Pepper's voice was cool. Agent Coulson, what can I do for you? To be brief, Coulson replied. Mr. Stark would like to meet with you tomorrow at noon for a private discussion. Both Pepper and Tony looked at each other in surprise, but Coulson went on to explain. I'm investigating reports of an Iron Man suit showing up in Afghanistan. Mr. Stark asked me to bring you into the loop. Pepper hesitated only a moment. All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 12. Coulson agreed and hung up. He'd been chasing down every lead on that mysterious armored figure, and if Tony Stark himself wanted to talk, Coulson wasn't about to argue. Although he would have preferred to meet immediately, he respected Stark's insistence on a set time. With Stark still on their compound and no hard answers about the unidentified creature, Coulson hoped Pepper could shed some light. The next day at exactly noon, Coulson arrived at Stark Manor and made his way to the second-floor lobby. Tony Stark was already waiting. Agent Coulson, Tony greeted him with a firm handshake and a wry half-smile. Glad you could make it. Mr. Stark, Coulson replied, thank you for meeting me. Tony's eyes flicked toward Pepper, who was standing quietly to one side, and back to Coulson. Let's talk business. And with that, the two men stepped into Stark's private study, closing the door behind them. Agent Phil Coulson stepped into Stark Tower's workshop, nodding as he approached Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, thank you for meeting me. Tony set down his drink and raised an eyebrow. Agent Coulson, what exactly does your bureau want from me? Before I answer that, Coulson replied evenly, you'll need to answer a few questions first. He pulled a tablet from his jacket pocket and activated it. A grainy image flickered to life on the screen, a tall, shadowy figure floating in midair. Coulson held up the device. Do you recognize this individual? Tony's fingers danced over his gauntlet controls, cueing an identical projection courtesy of Jarvis. He studied the silhouette for a moment, then spoke quietly. That's Damien, but tell me, where did this recording come from? Coulson's gaze flickered toward the screen, on the same featureless form that had baffled Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff. It hovered effortlessly, exuding a power they'd never encountered. Gumila Province, Afghanistan, he said. Tony's casual smirk faded. He leaned back, eyes locked on Coulson. Afghanistan, you say? He paused, then added more pointedly. If your agency's really in the business of investigating anomalies, you'll have my entire background in no time. Coulson returned his stare without hesitation. I'm telling you the truth. Stark gave a slow nod. All right, I'll play along. Let's get down to business. Agent Phil Coulson set his coffee cup down and gave Tony Stark a measured look. It's only a matter of time before this leaks. No point pretending otherwise. Stark nodded. You heard the chatter about Afghanistan in? Of course it makes sense. That was Iron Man's first public showing. Coulson offered a half-smile. Right, you're Iron Man. You never tried to hide it. Stark's expression grew serious. This being calls itself from the void, and our bureau doesn't even know its true name. But according to Blue Star Intelligence, Coulson continued, it goes by the codename Death. It's active in the shadowy mercenary world. Coulson laid out everything he knew. If it really is Death, that explains why Jarvis couldn't pull up a single record. Stark considered that, then tapped the arc reactor at his chest. Of course, Jarvis wouldn't instantly identify a black market mercenary. Even Tony Stark had never bothered to connect to the so-called shadow web. Now, however, there was no time to waste. Jarvis, he said, open a secure channel to the shadow web. I want every scrap of data on death. Start with Blue Star files and cross-reference any mentions with our own databases. Damien winced as Tony Stark rubbed his shoulder. Sorry, Tony. Didn't mean to clock you like that. Stark smirked. Even if your AI taps into every corner of the dark web, you still won't dig up the death god. Agent Coulson stepped forward, his tone measured. Our agency paid a small fortune just for the chance to meet him, yet we still can't confirm whether he truly exists, and we certainly don't know anything concrete. His appearance, his power, even where he came from, Damien added. All we've heard is that he's male and extremely dangerous. Jarvis's calm voice filled the room, compiling all known records on the death god. A holographic cascade of reports, rumors, and grainy screenshots materialized above the table. Tony's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he scrolled through the files. Coulson, you said you paid a high price for that meeting. Why chase him down in the first place? And what exactly did you offer? Coulson's expression tightened. I'm afraid the true purpose and the cost are classified. That's all I can say. The three men exchanged uneasy glances, each aware that behind every denial lay a secret far darker than any web rumor could reveal. I can only share that information once you've shown me what I need, Coulson said, leaning back and folding his arms. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. Fine, but how much are we talking about? Coulson hesitated. Meeting him isn't cheap. You have to accept a designated assignment first. The deposit alone runs into the tens of millions, and with the final payment included, the starting price is at least $20 million. Tony blinked. 20 million? That's a lot. Coulson met his gaze evenly. Do you think S-Shield is so cash-strapped? Tony shrugged. He'd assumed this would be one of those favors you couldn't buy, that priceless, behind-the-scenes kind of deal. Instead, it was a straightforward financial transaction. In his world, if money could solve it, it was hardly a problem. We're not short on funds, he said. It just takes planning and the proper budgetary approvals to free up the cash. Coulson's cheeks flushed slightly. He opened his mouth, then closed it, clearly searching for the right response. Let's be honest, Tony Stark said with a smirk. You need senior management sign-off before you can free up any cash, right? $20 million isn't pocket change. You've got to draft a proposal, route it through every office, and wait for approval. Coulson bristled. That's standard procedure. Or, Stark cut in, it shows your department can't even cover its own bills. Coulson opened his mouth to argue, but Stark waved him silent. I get it. No need to explain further. Chapter 20. Results of the negotiation. Agent Coulson fought to keep his cool as he listened to Tony Stark's flippant tone. He'd come here for hard information, not to be insulted, but professionalism won out. Mr. Stark, I've already shared what I can, he said, voice even. Tony gave him a half smile. So now it's my turn to ask questions? Coulson nodded. Go ahead. Tony raised an eyebrow at the clipped courtesy, then settled back. A moment later, Coulson cleared his throat. All right, how did you go from, well, wherever you started, to building that armor? Tony leaned forward, eyes sharp. He recounted every detail he was willing to disclose, scavenging scraps in a cave to construct the first bulky Mark I suit, rigging the miniaturized reactor to power it, and blasting his way to freedom. He described the countless revisions, the sleepless nights, the trial-and-error welds that produced the sleeker, flight-capable Mark II and the version the world now knew as Iron Man. When Tony finished, Coulson was silent for a long moment, absorbing it all. At last he nodded, conviction in his eyes. The rumors were true. Iron Man was Tony Stark. Damien sat quietly in the briefing room, astute enough not to demand that Tony Stark hand over his advanced technology to the government. Agent Coulson, however, was anything but reserved. He leaned forward, admiration shining in his eyes. Mr. I. Stark, your intellect is truly a national treasure. Tony Stark grinned, clearly savoring the compliment. Isn't that common knowledge by now? Coulson nodded, then fixed Tony with a serious look. Let me ask, what exactly do you plan to do with the armor you've built? You've already used it to rescue civilians in Gumira, Afghanistan, and to clear out weapons leftovers from Stark Industries. Is this your way of atoning for past mistakes, or do you simply believe you can make a real difference? Damien watched Tony's confident facade falter for just a moment. Coulson's question hung in the air until Tony finally spoke, his tone quieter than before. A bit of both, he admitted. He paused, eyes drifting to the window as if searching for answers in the sky. Thoughts of Ethan flooded back, the friend who'd given his life to save Tony during that very mission. Gumera wasn't just a random outpost, it had been Ethan's home. Now, honoring his sacrifice, Tony felt driven to put the armor to its highest use. Agent Coulson studied him, satisfied. Damien, too, understood. Behind the bravado and the genius, there was a man who'd found a purpose worth fighting for. Damien stared out the window, his fists clenched at his sides. He couldn't bring Ethan back, but he would do everything in his power to keep Gumela safe. Agent Coulson, standing beside him, cleared his throat. "Damien," Coulson said gently, "will you also help others who are in danger now that you've taken up this cause?" Damien turned, his expression conflicted. "Gumela is my friend's hometown. That's why I'm here. Beyond that, I don't know. I'll have to meet whoever needs help first, see what they're facing." Tony Stark, leaning against the conference table, spread his arms in exasperation. "Come on, man. You know Earth is already overrun with alien threats. The situation's grim." At the mention of aliens, Coulson frowned, but then decided to share more of what he'd learned. "You'd mentioned a death god, said he came from some sort of void. When we spoke, he hinted at forces beyond our universe." Damien's brow furrowed. "My tech might be cutting edge compared to what we've got on Earth, but it's still nothing next to." "Nothing," Tony interrupted, his voice heavy with annoyance. Since taking the reins at Stark Industries, he'd prided himself on pushing humanity forward with one breakthrough after another. Yet to hear some cosmic entity dismiss his life's work as rubbish stung. Coulson shot Tony a sympathetic look. "Be that as it may," he said, "we need every advantage we can get. If Death God's talking about universal stakes, we can't afford to let our guard down." Tony grunted, crossing his arms. "Fine, but I'm telling you both, whatever comes next, we're going to need more than fancy gadgets and good intentions." He paused, eyes fixed on Damien. "We're going to need a plan." "How do I convince him?" Phil Coulson muttered under his breath. He turned to Tony Stark. "Mr. Stark, aren't you curious why our agency held that meeting with Mr. Death?" Before Stark could reply, Coulson continued, "There's something you need to know first. Decades ago, aliens actually visited Blue Star." He paused, letting the weight of that statement sink in. At that time, a superpowered hero appeared and helped humanity repel the invaders. We don't know exactly how long the aliens have been out there, but their technology far surpasses ours. Interstellar jumps, space battleships, the works. Those capabilities are still beyond the reach of Blue Star's scientists. Coulson leaned forward. "That encounter is what convinced my commander, Nick Fury, to assemble the Avengers, to prepare for any future extraterrestrial threats." Stark's eyebrows shot up. Coulson spotted the skepticism in his eyes and pressed on, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "You didn't go out looking for another superhuman. You found me instead. Sounds like things haven't been going as planned on your end." Tony fell silent, the implication of Coulson's words finally registering. Damien sat across from Coulson in the dimly lit conference room, his eyes fixed on the file spread out before him. Coulson tapped the top sheet thoughtfully. "Yes," he began, "there really have been people with superpowers on Blue Star before. Those cases prove that humans can and develop abilities far beyond the ordinary." Damien raised an eyebrow. "Then why haven't we found more of them?" "Because," Coulson said, leaning back, "humans are naturally wary of anything they don't understand. We fear being seen as outsiders, so anyone with powers stays hidden. They've learned to blend in, keeping their gifts under wraps so no one can track them down." He paused, flipping through the pages. "You've seen some of the rumors and the logs that the so-called God of Death posted on the dark web, right?" Damien nodded. "I've read the files. His feats defy human limits." "Exactly." Coulson's tone grew more animated. "After we pieced everything together, the team unanimously concluded that this God of Death, let's call him Mr. Death, is almost certainly a superpowered individual. Even if he isn't, his strength and skills are leagues above the average person." Damien frowned. "And that's what led us to reach out to him?" Coulson sighed. "A few months ago, we sent him an invitation to meet, to talk, maybe even recruit him. Until he showed up in person, we had no idea how long he'd been on Blue Star or how he'd arrived here." He tapped a pen against the table. In a way, he was exactly what we were looking for. Someone whose abilities we couldn't ignore. But there's a catch. Damien leaned forward. Let me guess, he's not from Blue Star at all. Coulson's expression tightened with disappointment. Right. He's not human. He's an alien. Damien let out a low whistle. That complicates things. Coulson's shoulders slumped. It does. We thought we'd found a powerful ally. But it turns out he's from somewhere else in the cosmos. Our plan's in jeopardy. For a long moment, both men sat in silence, the weight of the revelation settling over them. Outside, the city lights of Blue Star shimmered indifferently, oblivious to the secret that just landed in their midst. Damien had been at Director Fury's side for nearly 20 years. When Fury rose to lead the Bureau, Damien's own rank climbed in step. Today he stands among the agency's most trusted and powerful agents. 2 decades of probing the unexplained and pursuing the impossible had sharpened his instincts, but nothing prepared him for what they uncovered last week. Definitive proof of a human gifted with superhuman abilities. At first, Damien felt a surge of triumph. Finally, after endless surveillance reports and dead-end leads, their EDITH satellites and field teams had tracked a genuine meta-human. But the euphoria didn't last. Deeper intelligence intercepted from an exiled elder of an alien sect revealed a far darker truth. The legendary god King Odin may be nearing the end of his life. With the Allfather's strength waning, Earth, known to the cosmos as Blue Star, could lose its cosmic guardian overnight. Without Asgard's protection, humanity would be exposed. The calculations were grim. Powerful invaders could overrun every continent, enslaving or exterminating whatever remained. Their only hope lay in finding and recruiting extraordinary individuals, assembling the so-called Avengers Alliance before Earth's last shield slipped away. Fury, however, ordered absolute silence on the Odin report. If word of the Allfather's failing health reached the halls of Valhalla, the Asgardians might descend prematurely and unprepared for war. Worse still, rumor alone could ignite panic among their allies and enemies alike. So Damien sealed the files in Fury's private vault and folded his face into a mask of calm professionalism. Outwardly, today's briefing would be business as usual. But in the quiet corridors of the Bureau, Damien knew the real battle had only just begun, and that secrets, once unearthed, are the hardest weapons of all. Even if the Asa Protoss had once intended to protect humanity, they'd still harbor a deep grudge against us. Tony Stark watched Agent Coulson closely. There was genuine disappointment etched on his face, something you can't fake. Finally, Coulson asked, "So you think I came looking for you because I believed you'd suddenly developed superpowers, that it's how you managed to escape from Afghanistan?" Tony's expression shifted as he grasped what Coulson was saying. Exactly. But I never imagined you'd credit me with something like that. Agent Coulson, I just built some cutting-edge armor, no magic involved, that happens to rival modern fighter jets. Even if you're not an actual superhuman, Coulson admitted, in my book you might as well be. He paused, then leaned forward. By Bureau policy, we're tasked with tracking anyone who might possess superpowers. So you'd already been in contact with Mr. Damien Ambalaka then? Tony prompted. Coulson nodded. He didn't bother hiding his respect. That's right. We suspected Mr. Ambalaka might have abilities beyond the ordinary, but we never secured proof, until your escape proved there's more going on here than meets the eye. Tony let Coulson's praise wash over him without a trace of embarrassment. Then, tapping his chin, he said, "Good. It's time we shared everything we know." Damien Ambalaka might actually have superpowers. He seems to be cloaked in lady luck, Coulson observed, and even if his ability isn't directly combat-related, it could still prove invaluable. Tony Stark's eyes flickered as he absorbed the news that Coulson and teams from Homeland Security and the Bureau had run every test they could. As always, Stark dismissed Damien's exploits as nothing more than blind fortune. Both analyses came back clean, he announced. There's no trace of any superhuman ability. Coulson shook his head, a note of disappointment in his voice. No. Stark found himself recalling the quiet confidence Damien had displayed on the balcony after the gala, how casually he dismissed Obadiah Stane as though the man were mere rubbish. That offhand indifference told Stark everything he needed to know. Damien Ambalaka had something, some hidden edge, to fall back on. Damien Umbaraka's powers, or lack thereof, weren't the real issue. What mattered was that Tony Stark had no intention of signing up the young man for the Avengers just yet. "I understand your concerns," Tony said, leaning back in his chair. "Earth's under threat. Your agency wants to assemble the Avengers to stand ready against any future alien incursions." He glanced at Agent Coulson. "But Stark Industries is in the middle of a major restructuring. My hands are full right now. So I need more time before I can commit to forming or joining any team," he continued. "That said, if Blue Star faces a serious crisis, any disaster or potential alien threat, get in touch. I'll do what I can to help." Tony paused, steepling his fingers. The emergence of the so-called God of Death had shattered any lingering doubts. Extraterrestrials were real, and some had already landed on Earth. Stark knew he had to steer his company's transformation onto solid ground as quickly as possible so he could refocus entirely on his armored suits and on defenses potent enough to face an unknown alien power. Unfortunately, without any reliable data on the Death God's capabilities, he couldn't yet design a truly bespoke countermeasure. He gave Coulson a firm nod. "Stay in touch. I'm on this. Just on my own timetable." Agent Damien Coulson watched Tony Stark stride away, already lost in his own thoughts. "Since the God of Death has set foot on our blue planet," he muttered under his breath, "it's only a matter of time before he uncovers everything. I just hope that when he does, it isn't too late." He straightened his tie and gave Stark a respectful nod. "Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Stark." Tony glanced back with a wry smile. "You're welcome, Coulson. If trouble really blows up, you know where to find me." With that promise, even a tentative one, in hand, Coulson felt the weight of the mission lift. He had come here hoping to recruit Stark for the Avengers, and while Tony hadn't signed on today, he had agreed to stand by when disaster struck. That was more than enough for one afternoon. As Coulson exited the workshop, a confident grin spread across his face. It was a solid first step, and before long, he was certain Tony Stark would be an Avenger in name and in deed.